Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. If you're ready to fight for our future, form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first two-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive Switch firearm animation and Inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
Do you want to know why you should link more login methods to your account? If your designated login method stops working or your social media account gets hacked, you won't be able to log into the game and could even lose your game account entirely. However, if you have both a social media account and mobile number linked at the same time, that gives you an alternate login method, which also lets you remove the hacked Gukulin social media account immediately. To keep your account secure, please link a mobile number and email address in addition to your social media account. The first time you link a mobile number or email, you'll also get a reward. So there's no reason to hesitate. Add more Gukulinko login methods now and secure your account.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3, tactical mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4, minecart tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5, climbing tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
The price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
Gonna cut the Lord!
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
back again for day number 2 of the PMNC South Asia Fall 2025. Welcome, ladies and gents. So, day 1 did not disappoint. It was a full-on high-octane PUBG mobile action. But today, we are going to push for some more. This is Red Queen Annie alongside Annie, your casters for the PMNC 2025 South Asia Fall. How are you, Annie?
I'm really good, and I just peeked into the day 1 stream yesterday, and I just saw the standings for the last game. So it's once again Tribe AEROMACY smacked at number 1, just like in the playoffs. So these guys pretty much powerhouse, if I say so myself. I mean, they're not dominating just this tournament. They also dominate the previous tournaments and the smaller scrims every now and then. And of course, BLUZZ officials at number 2. This is pretty much a repeat of the playoffs. So that's pretty interesting. And right now, well, that was day number 1. That was 5 maps yesterday. So we're going to have 5 maps again today. It's just day number 2, and there will still be day number 3 tomorrow for the last chance for these teams to come up and see who's gonna get the championships. But yeah, this is pretty much fun. I'm really excited to see how the teams are gonna play off right now.
I'm really excited as well, happy to be here. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Yesterday, Tribe, BLUZZ official, NEPX, and even DRS, they were actually showing no hesitation at all when it comes to obliterating anyone who stands in their way. For today, I do expect the teams to kind of double down on their momentum in taking the lead on this, especially that those teams that are on the podium, consistency will be put to test here. Execution should be flawless, and it could be a victory moment, for some of the teams, and it can also be catastrophic for some. So I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see.
Absolutely. So day number 2, not much pressure, unlike tomorrow, but still they have to put a lot of efforts into putting their name up on the leaderboards. Tribe AEROMACY, we're seeing the consistency, not just from just yesterday, still the playoffs. That's a lot of consistency coming in. And also BLUZZ officials consistently at number 2. But this time, the gaps between the two isn't that much, significant. So there is a chance that there might be some dethroning in the leaderboards later on. But of course, it's something that we're gonna be finding out later on. And yeah, this is the event calendar. We're done with the playoffs, and now we are in the Grand Finals. August 16 is day 2, and tomorrow will be the Grand Finals day number 3. And well, yeah, we've been here. It's been a long way, It's been day number 6 of this Grand Finals, of this PMNC South Asia Fall 2025. And well, it's been a ride, Red Queen. It's been a ride.
It's a brutal Grand Finals. You know what? 3 days worth of action. Is it going to be enough? You keep mentioning Tribe AEROMACY. Where do we even begin describing this team? They're making everyone feel their firepower. Ending the day at the top, just like the playoffs. It was back-to-back winner chicken dinner for day 1 and 2, and their supremacy, kind of exploded. Still 5 matches down yesterday, but we could probably see a plot twist happen somewhere in between. We don't know, but right now Tribe is undeniably the biggest threat in the battlefield. So this is the event format, ladies and gents. Just as we mentioned, we are now on to day number 2 of the Grand Finals, and you can see whoever tops this tournament, the top 1 and 2 will secure a slot at the PMSL.
Absolutely. And yeah, this is once again the point system. Winner chicken dinner does get 10 points, second place with 6 points, third place with 5 points, fourth place with 4 points, fifth place with 3 points, sixth place with 2 points, 7 to 8 get 1 point each, and 9 to 16th will not get any placement points. And each elimination, by the way, is also 1 point. And this is the beautiful prize pool distribution. If you made it to the Grand Finals, you already have guaranteed $100. And so that's pretty much, that's pretty cool. But yeah, what's cooler is the 2,500 sitting at the champions with a runner-up, of course, 1,500, and second runner-up with 1,000. So pretty generous prize pool, and we're all at it, trying to get as much money as possible from this tournament.
You're absolutely right. Everyone gets to keep something, and that is what makes this tournament wonderful. But the lion's share, the megalodon, which is 2,500 US dollars, will be received by the top placer. And speaking of being at the top, Tribe AEROMACY still at 60 points. But again, we already said this. It's not really that much of a gap just yet. We got BLUZZ officials coming in at second, DRS at third, NEPX Esports. These are your top four, ladies and gents. We are eager to see if those teams at the bottom currently will have some sort of resurgence, coming in for day number 2. What do you think, Annie?
Yeah, I mean, 60 points for Tribe AEROMACY. That's our rank number 1. So, several good games in a row from any of these lower ranking teams, it might change their standings in the overall leaderboards. So with that, other than that, actually, I just noticed, yes, Tribe AEROMACY, not much of a big gap between them and BLUZZ officials. So there's, one good game with BLUZZ officials. They might dethrone Tribe AEROMACY. But on the other hand, number 2 and number 3 is a dangerously close as well. It's just a 1-point gap. But yes, of course, this is the top 5 eliminators. We have NEPX Precious. And number 2 is ASC. This is Tribe AEROMACY's Rig. And number 3, DRS is Killer YT. Number 4 with DRS is Example. And number 5 with Tribe AEROMACY's Tricks. So, pretty new name with Precious. Also, I haven't seen this in the playoffs, so I'm glad to see it. So NEPX is suddenly shooting themselves up in the leaderboards as well as the top 5 eliminators.
You know what? It takes a lot of hard work, to be even included in the top 5 eliminators for a tournament, for an official tournament. I had an interview with Federalis, so he used to play for Harami Bros, but then transferred to Bigatron. And it's like, peeking inside, his brain. And it was absolutely amazing. He made a solid choice, to go all in as a professional esports player. And we talked about what it takes to be, one of the greats. And he talked about respect, discipline, and mindset. I think these are the ingredients, for any successful esports player. And we just have to give recognition to those players who really does stand out, from any tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, Federalis is a big name, and if he said that, I'm taking it for his word, because I actually also met another pro player, Cree. He also said he sacrificed a lot for PUBG. It's also an esports player, sacrificed a lot. That's including his schooling as well, his education. So there's a lot of sacrifice to be had, a lot of discipline, a lot of training. So all these players, we're talking about 4 players or more each team, plus how many teams going into each tournament. There's a lot of players that put a lot of heart, a lot of blood, a lot of sweat, a lot of tears into PUBG, and we're just all at it, just watching the passion, seeing this unfold in the PMNC and maybe even in the bigger stages later on. It's just absolutely crazy to watch.
And we also have to mention, Tribe AEROMACY, their former teammates, now rivals. And of course, the hunger, to prove who really owns South Asia scene. Of course, DRS, the real soldiers. Their silent confidence, I can say, shouts the loudest right now. I mean, even if they are currently at number 4th place, I feel like their confidence is showing us just how unshaken they are, unfazed from the supremacy being shown by Tribe at the moment. They're just a few steps behind and just really waiting for that right opportunity to kind of explode. So I can say the same pretty much for NEPX and BLUZZ official as well. Obviously, they are part of the top 4 in the overalls. Maintaining the pace, though, that is what concerns me.
Absolutely. And well, it is a close battle, especially with the top 4 teams. And you said that DRS and Tribe AEROMACY, I guess there's like a 10-point gap more or less. So it's a close game. That's not even like half of a winner chicken dinner plus the eliminations. One really good game and we can see an overtake, and well, we're all at it. And there's still 10 more maps to go for this grand final, so a lot of things can still happen. So with that, it's something that we're going to be looking forward later on, because I mean, it's hot in this 2025 PMNC. it's there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of pressure, and I am so excited to see how this will all conclude later on.
You know what? That's what we came for, right? The drama, the action, the thriller, everything. This is the perfect mix of action that we kind of crave, as a PUBG mobile fan. But yeah, we also have to mention, of course, about T2K, one of the prominent names in the South Asia scene. We also got, YONKOs, and we got MAKPEN, and even who else can I bring into the mix here? HLX. I'm looking at these teams. What will they do for day number 2? Of course, they need to step on the gas. They need to show up. They have to double up the ante because everyone is so eager to get the crown. We're talking about 2 slots here for the PMSL, and it's now or never.
Absolutely. And yeah, those are some pretty big names, and I did realize, HLX, that's Hidden Leaf, right? They did place
Yeah.
quite high in the playoffs, but it didn't quite catch their standings right now. Maybe amongst the 30 liners, but yeah, maybe things will change in day number 2 and day number 3. Who knows? But then again, basing it off of the playoffs, they weren't that consistent either. I mean, they were really good in the first few days, and then all of a sudden they kind of like fell off in the last few days. But then again, you know what? Maybe it's all in the mindset. Maybe the scheduling. Maybe the fatigue was there. Let's just see what happens, because all we can see as viewers and as casters are pretty much how they perform in the game. We don't know like the story behind them. But and again, you know what? That's something we'll never find out. We have like 16 teams to worry about. So with that, well, we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely right. There really is a lot of random elements that we have to consider. Of course, you need to be proactive. You need to shake it off. When you came, from a bad game. Again, being able to adapt to everything, right? And to be prepared to any eventuality that's going to happen inside the battlefield. I guess that what makes a team very great. But I'm also checking, they've already had the chance to go through the first broadcast yesterday, so maybe they were able to go back to the drawing board. Something is not working out right. You have to talk about it with the rest of the team. You have to come up with a plan on how to dominate, because the only goal right here is to be at the top. But how are you going to do that? That is the challenge for all the teams that we have in the lobby. And we're talking about just 3 days worth of action. So it's not really a marathon. This is a sprint.
Absolutely. And you're right about that, actually. There's 3 days for this, but then again, it's also a race to the leaderboards and trying to get as high as possible in the rankings. And yeah, you mentioned that the day number 1, going back to the drawing board, and they have an opportunity to do just that because, well, the games are streamed and they can study pretty much their opponents. So that's actually one thing. Also depends on the team. If they like doing that, they like doing VOD reviews on their performances and try to see what's working and what's not, and then changing up their strategy later on. And well, if things worked out in day number 1, they don't have to change it. But then again, also they have to watch out for the other teams that might bring out something else on the table. But then, well, that's all said and done. We're gonna be moving on to our first map for today. This is Erangel for our day number 2. We're going west to east this time on the flight path.
Man, the map sequence that we have for this tournament is absolutely going to test how adaptable the teams are. Consistency will be checked if it's really working out for them. I am expecting some changes in terms of how they approach each situation in the game. Yesterday, the first Erangel showed us at least 3 teams drop around the south part area of Erangel, so I do wonder if that's going to be the same thing. And of course, those teams that plans to drop around the middle part of Erangel, those are the teams that consider themselves to be like a high caliber team. They're very confident with their skills and they're not afraid to engage in any battle right in between, because mind you, stage number 1 is where everyone else will be heading towards your direction as we get closer to the end zone.
Absolutely. Pochinki, School, lots of hot drop off places, and it takes a lot of confidence to kind of drop in there, or like they think like no one's gonna drop here, so I'm gonna drop here. But with that, actually, we're just gonna watch out where everyone's going. So it looks like DRS is all the way in Primorsk, and there are two teams going to the
Ooh.
military base. Oh my gosh, I love that circle. It's pretty much like that's 40% land. That's how do you work with that? And this is the thing I love about the military based circles. It's that whoever um positions themselves on the bridges, they're gonna have like the
Exactly.
gatekeeping kind of capabilities. So this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun later on.
I think every caster, they really get excited, whenever the circle lands in the south part area of Irango, because you're right, you're absolutely right. There are two bridges, so basically those are the choke points, right? And whoever gets to secure a very good position, maybe maintain a very good vantage point, it will be easy for them to eliminate any team that will decide to actually pass through any of those bridges. But then again, they will be forced to come up with a plan creatively, think outside of the box. Are you guys gonna swim? Are you guys going in for the late gameplay? Are you guys gonna be aggressive and just like take the win by brute force over here? So there's a lot of things that can happen, how this whole thing's gonna play out. But coming off the kill feed over here, we got Abrupt Slayers taking down a player inside Irango, but still no confirmation if that player actually got sent back to the lobby. But oh no, this is not looking too good as well for the ASL team.
Ooh, that's already one down for the side of ASL. Jane will be seeing the lobby, but then again, there's also a trade-off. So that's two whole players on Erangel already saying goodbye on the 3-minute mark. And well, we're all for it, but still, it's quite unfortunate. Okay, Nave putting some sprays on against another team. I can't quite see who that is. I believe that's HLX. So there's a third party, Navit, the third party against these two teams, and we're just seeing a lot of smokes, but nothing popping up in the kill feed. So I guess HLX can get away for now.
Yep, we got a road rage going on in here. But I think the player survived, or if not, maybe that was a player from ASL, because I'm looking at the right side of the screen over here, and they already have two casualties. HLX losing one member. We got a couple of players maybe bleeding out there in the open, but there's a chance for them to still, recover from this situation. Only one team that got sent back, or is it not? Okay, so we're looking at 15 teams in the lobby. So there is one team that is missing.
Yeah, I actually thought
Oh.
I read the information wrong. I was like, okay, so there's only 15 teams. Okay, and then you mentioned that there are only 15 teams, so I suppose one team didn't join today. Okay, there we have it. Slayer
Mm.
rather, manages to finish off Chari from ASL, so that just means ASL is gonna be a one-man team. But take a look at HLX as well. That is a lot of health lost. So, well, they managed
Hmm.
to kind of heal themselves off, so it's fine. But then again, Abrupt Slayers Gangsta is running away from everyone else. I mean, it's a good thing they're already in the military base island, but, well, being the last person standing against like other teams that are still full squad, it's gonna be a little bit hard for them for the rest of the game.
Yep, and that is not how you want to start the game, right? I mean, we are just at stage one here, and your members are out. You're out there on your own, so you might be focusing on how to get those placement points, because firepower is not really exactly an option at the moment. So you need to focus on getting to the latter stages of the match. But it's a big risk, for HLX. I mean, they were able to get 3 points out of that clash, so I guess it's still good as long as they can maintain, like playing this game, managing teams with only three of their members. But then again, who knows? Again, we're just looking for those plot twists to happen, right? We still got a few minutes more before we transition into stage number two, and most of the teams we can see on the screen is still busy pillaging through towns and just replenishing, their backpacks to just make sure that they're going to be, having the advantage when they go into battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's kind of just chilling out after those a few first early game engagements. So after that, well, pretty much everyone's kind of just going into their own corners around the wrangle, maybe looting the place up, maybe positioning themselves already, or finding ways on how to get to the military base, to the circle, because that circle is, well, oh, there's a lot of teams already in the island, so that's cool. So with that, I think it's gonna be really fun later on, and that circle is kind of unforgiving. There's a lot of water within that circle, so there's a 90% chance it's gonna close in somewhere in the southern island. But then again, we're gonna be worrying about the rest of the teams that are still on the northern part of the map. They're definitely gonna have to go get moving if they don't want to like be left behind by everyone else, because everyone's kind of just settling down in the military base at this point. They're looting the place up, and there's a lot of good loot in there, so they'll have to catch up later on.
Yep, the harder the circle, the more fun it is for us, because we get to see a lot of
Yeah,
action happen. But it's a great thing, I think most of the teams here are exercising patience. They're not pressured just yet to go for any engagements. They haven't switched on their aggression just yet, so probably it's still all information gameplay for now. Maybe they're just sizing up the competition still and checking what kind of rotations, what kind of play style they're going to expect from their enemies. And right now we're looking at DRS Gaming, and DRS, mind you, this is a team that really waits patiently, for that right opportunity to take someone down in the field, and to see them deciding whether or not they're gonna go for an engagement. I think maybe, just maybe, they are like halfway there, going for that aggression, but we're still waiting. They're not firing just yet, so as not to compromise their location. But this is a great vantage point, for example, right here.
Yeah, I actually love their positions. They're kind of spread out around the map, but it's strategic. There's a scouter and there's the snipers and everything. And well, here we have our top eliminator. That was Precious. So I'm really wondering how NEPX is gonna perform in this day number 2 in this first map, especially because, well, that circle is gonna close in stage number 2, and we can see a lot of players. Oh my gosh, I love that circle. It's like 50% water, and you think that the first circle was already hard enough, and the game is like, oh no, this is gonna be a 20-minute game, and maybe 15 minutes even. So, well, this is gonna be fun. Red Queen, I really love this first map already. It is so unforgiving, and it's a miracle actually that we haven't seen any other engagements since the 3-minute mark.
I love it. I am feeling the excitement coming from your voice. I am too, to be honest. But you're absolutely right. For NEPX, this is a different NEPX that we're seeing it compared to their performance during the playoffs, right? They finished at 14th place. And I feel like, okay, we're not going to show you guys just how powerful we can be, but come grand finals, oh, we're definitely going to transform into the beasts that we are. And they're showing that right now. I mean, 50 points already in the bag here, and we got 5 matches for today. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna retaliate. But in the meantime, we're looking at real savages living up to their reputation. We got them scouting over SKD. They did get some damage done, but I don't think they're gonna be pushing through with the attack.
Yep, we're seeing God actually, retreating from this place, and it's quite unfortunate that Gangsta is the last person of ASL and already got picked off. This man is just trying to live, and SKD bagged that one elimination on their side, and they're wiping out ASL completely. But it looks like the fun is gonna start. It looks like MAKPEN finds some moving vehicles, tries to put some bullets in, but is not gonna find any of the knocks or kills that they need. So, well, they have something else to worry about. They need to get into that island, but no pressure. Still, it's a stage 2 circle, but they have to get moving sooner or later, because number 1, they're missing out all the fun, and number 2, they're gonna be wasting a lot of heals. But look at that, real savages are real savage. Ouch! Jingle God got hit in the face, and it gets knocked down. But then again, there's still a lot of people on the backup. Yep, finishing off poor YONKO. Lucky Cat's not so lucky this time, and with that, it's just Zoro. That's all that's left in the other building.
Yeah, they're getting beaten up at the moment. Everyone is just down on bended knees. But Skywalker taking some damage as well, trying to dance it off with Zoro. But oh, was that another player that got him eliminated? Oh, he got a little help, maybe from his teammate, maybe not. But the important thing is that they came up on top, coming up from that clash. Now, 13 teams remaining. We are at stage 2, and you know how brutal the circle is. Everybody needs to actually get across to the south part area of Erangel, and that's going to be a challenge. But this is the map feed, ladies and gents. Just look at that. Tribe AEROMACY coming in from the eastern side. We got NEPX just right beside them. In the middle, we got DRS. We've got HLX as well, and SKD. So this might be where the battle starts for now, because I feel like, you know, there will be a massive cleanup that will definitely happen around south part area of the circle. But it's going to be quite a challenge as well for HIT, since they will have to swim in order to get into the middle of the map.
Yep, they're gonna have to figure that out, but this is gonna be fun. I mean, that circle is pretty funny. It's a lot of water, and to think that being a circle in the military base is already hard enough. And I love Tribe AEROMACY trying to position themselves towards the eastern part of that circle. It's a potential gatekeeping area, but we're gonna be seeing if it's gonna be, you know, effective later on. It's something that we'll be finding out real soon. But yeah, we're looking at 4 death machines right now, still at the main island, hovering around one of the bridges. Doesn't seem that they're planning to get inside real soon. Maybe they're trying to get some more information before they do just that. But yeah, we're seeing T2K was possibly gonna be joining the fray, but it looks like they're just gonna be, you know, scouting the area for real savages.
D2K is still part of the second page, so they have to do something here if they would want to, of course, climb up the ranks. Master's dirty with a shot. Unfortunately, he extended too long and got shot as well. 2 players down for the side of T2K. We can see Igneous with a massive spray and was successful getting the point. Jiggle God out of the game. Now we are seeing some of the players from RS struggling a bit while picking up their teammates, but T2K, are you guys gonna go unleashing havoc up against RS?
Ooh, just watching out. BLUZZ officials will be joining the island right now, and they're kind of hovering about the bridge, trying to see if they can get some pickoffs, but they are getting a lot of damage from that circle. And ooh, we have someone from T2K being lost to the play zone already. So, well, this is gonna be brutal. It's like a player versus environment right now. There's a lot of things happening. Okay, Real Savages gets Igneous. That's a finisher. BAGH, Anish getting taken down by Tricks from Tribe AEROMACY. And we're seeing Yambi going on a road battle against another player from MAKPEN. So it's really messy and it's a hard game, but we're all for the excitement right now. This is a test of skills for these players right now.
The only one pretty consistent all throughout the tournament would be, you know, the Blue Ripper. Here we go, stage 3, ladies and gents. Few more seconds before we head on to stage number 4. 12 teams remaining. Coming off the kill feed, it's Joker YT BAGH. It looks like he just drowned and gave up. So another player gone, you know, from inside the battlefield. We're looking at HLX, and again, Liquid already taken out of the equation, but they do have a total of 3 elimination points in their pocket, but drop looted. Ooh, Precious is, of course, brave enough to loot that special package, but here we go, HLX, or HLE, rather? Yeah, HLX. Okay, I'm gonna call it HLX. Okay, they're ready and trying to flush out these players from inside the house. Can they be successful? We can see that a lot of nades are actually being thrown up against Frag over here. He does have a shotgun, and there goes another kill for HLX.
Oh, there we have it. HLX finally popping out. They have 4 kills in the bag, but unfortunately, Ninja also needs that revive, and they're definitely not in the clear. There's SKD hovering about. There's also Real Savages right outside. Ooh, there we have it. Playzone takes another casualty, but on the other hand, Frag gets taken down, but not a finisher just yet. So now it's just up to Slayer, and that Molotov is gonna be finishing them off. That's a goodbye for Hidden Leaf Esports.
Yep, that's a barbecue party over there that just happened. 11 teams remaining. Biambi, we got Rig down on the floor here. We got a lot of trade-offs happening from all over Erangel. MAKPEN, oh, it looks like their players are getting picked off one by one. We got No2 over here getting an elimination point under his name. 5 points in the bag now for SKD.
Right, okay, this is gonna be fun because SKD will be seeing 4 Death Machine right now, but they're not gonna be putting any bullets anytime soon. It looks like they're kind of just trying to see if they can find a good angle to get them, but well, they're not gonna be finding that now. And well, still, so far they're doing quite well. There's 5 eliminations on their side. On the other hand, Real Savages with 8 is so far the highest frags of any team on this map so far. And well, we're seeing the top 4 teams actually only just barely any eliminations on their side. So we're just waiting for this game to stew, this first map, because well, I think everyone else is just trying to adapt to the map right now.
Water is definitely going to turn red in just a while. I mean, considering just how close the teams are, you know, at each other. We can see NEPX Esports on your screen, ladies and gents. Precious with a throw. Claw already out. We got 4 Death Machines right now trying to defend themselves. Unfortunately, Aditya got shut down, but it looks to me like Peak and the rest of 4 Death Machines is recuperating in this situation. They still do have a chance here. They just have to, of course, pay close attention if SKD is already on the move. We can see Cool right behind the tree here, popping up some smokes. And I guess, you know, they're still adjusting, they're resetting, and they have to do it fast because SKD is looking to, finish the deal.
Absolutely. We're just kind of watching how everyone's going about because BLUZZ versus AST somewhere out there in the map off cam, and BRS is also having SKD on their crosshairs. Oh, it's a bit messy in this place because there's 2 down at the side of Tribe AEROMACY. It's up to Rig and Tricks at this point. Ooh, that's a lot of kills in such a small amount of time. That's BLUZZ official saying goodbye, and that's a 4 whole eliminations on the side of AST, but unfortunately they lose 2 players as well. So, well, that's a trade-off. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but they're definitely disadvantaged in terms of numbers right now.
Yeah, Gyante caught that nade right into the face, man. That was brutal. But 10 ladies and gents, 4 Death Machines. We've seen them in action moments ago. Aditya, before exiting the game, he was able to bag 2 points for himself. We got Cool with 1, so I guess they're still doing okay. But then again, we are nearing, you know, the end zone, so we will definitely see just which of the teams here are gonna get through the last stages of this match. So far, DRS Gaming is steady on their beat here. They're pretty much scattered all over the map, so I feel like they're going for zone control. It's going to be hard for NEPX as well as Tribe AEROMACY to actually get inside the circle before they will have to deal with themselves, right? NEPX Esports fortunately was able to eliminate Tribe, so I guess they move forward, you know, up until maybe stage 9.
Ooh, I love it. Well, Tribe AEROMACY does say goodbye by the hands of NEPX, and they're still trying to heal themselves up, and DRS is already breathing down their neck, and well, it's gonna be a little bit hard. Okay, Killer YT, crosshairs out, trying to get some sprays on, not connecting. However, it's not going to be enough. We're not seeing anything popping up on the kill feed. But on the other hand, the SKD, we're seeing their perspective right now. They're watching 4DM take a lot of damage. I believe it's going to be because of another team, VNRC. Is that now there? I'm not sure. But yeah, basically, grenades coming in. I don't know if 4DM knows that Pekka is there. They're worrying about another team, but on the other hand, grenades coming in, and they definitely have to worry about him now.
Well, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for DRS to score points. I mean, there are teams swimming right behind them, but then again, they will have to manage all of those teams right up in front of them, in a 2-2 split can be disastrous, you know, for DRS if they cannot really hold on to it. But anyway, we're looking at SKD Esports, and Mafia over here is trying to punish the boys of NEPX. You know, I feel like NEPX a little bit vulnerable in terms of their position. I mean, they don't really have that much cover, so I don't think they're going to be, lasting long in this particular spot. But let's see what's going to happen. I mean, obviously, Mafia is not letting go of this one. He keeps on throwing a lot of nades, but what a shot coming from Domain. Accurately done. NEPX Esports still manages to counter.
Ouch. But on the other hand, they will be saying goodbye, but not without a fight. They go down with 5 eliminations on their side. And on the other hand, SKD still comes up laughing. They still have 2 players standing with 1 needing that revive. And of course, DRS, a full squad, is smacked at number 2 right now. Killer YT on the vantage point sees another team nearby. Okay, Pekka is having a really good... I mean, I don't know if this is a good place to be, but, well, it's better than nothing. Well, Pekka, I don't know where everyone else from SKD is, but they're kind of hanging around, and they're doing really well with 8 eliminations already. But on the other hand, Killer YT with those snipes, that's a domination on their side. And with that, well, I really love their positioning. DRS still a full squad and already getting 8 eliminations on their side by just staying in the same area, by the way, this whole time.
You know, this is the drama that I want. I don't know if you guys are following me on my Instagram, so I do have a poll ongoing right now in one of my stories. So I'm asking if you guys are gonna support DRS or Tribe AEROMACY for the PMNC 2025 Fall. So just let me know, And as you can see, back into the action over here, DRS has the biggest chance to score the chicken dinner for the first round. Tribe AEROMACY had an early elimination, so DRS can set the tempo, you know, for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. Let's see if they can actually follow through. Mafia goes down, courtesy of Lucifer. We got Jimmy on screen right here, going in for the charge, trying to get the job done. Goes in for the massive spray. Unfortunately, man, he is down on the floor. Lucifer making it, but Pekka sees the opportunity, and he just have to take it. But he needs to be careful, though, because DRS is just right up behind him.
Okay, 1 versus 1, Pekka and Lucifer sidesteps, but in the end, it's Lucifer that's gonna be going down. Pekka quite low on health, so they have to gonna have to go ahead and heal themselves up real quickly because DRS is breathing down their necks. Grenades out, Cyclone, what are you gonna do? Pekka is trying to crawl away, but DRS has the resources to make that man-made red zone. But on the other hand, Yetta with the car taking a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, Pekka is actually surviving longer than I expected, and I mean, that's quite amazing. But and again, DRS, they're hungry for the skill, and they're trying to hunt Pekka down.
Oh man, SKD, even if they don't get the chicken dinner here, Annie, I mean, with the elimination points, oh man, that is still quite a massive performance, you know, phenomenal even. But DRS right now looking to get that first chicken dinner. During the playoffs, I'm pretty sure they scored a back-to-back winner with the chicken dinner as well. So day 2 might be theirs. But we got a player knocked down on the ground. Pekka! Oh man! He got shot by DRS right in just the nick of time. And DRS right now dominating and hunting down that last player. So I guess, I mean, it's an obvious outcome right now, Annie.
Yeah, I mean, well, goes to say, BAGH Esports actually a pretty good strategy coming in, just waiting for everyone else to kind of pick each other off. And, well, they managed to finish at a rank number 2. So that's pretty good for them. But I'm not sure what Hitu is trying to do right now. I guess he's going to try to get himself executed at this point because we already know how this is going to end. I mean, 4 versus 1. I'd like to see them try, but... maybe you know, he too will be trying for that honorable frying pan, you know, 1 versus 1. But DRS Gaming, they're just kind of trying to hunt them down, trying to get this game to end. And please, Hitsu, just show yourself, man. Just show yourself.
You know what? Like, I feel this last player from BAGH still have a chance, though. I mean, we are just at stage 7 here, and this is such a how to say, a hard spot, but also a good spot, because as you can see on the screen here, DRS is really having a hard time, you know, trying to find this player. But okay, if the circle continues to favor him, though, he might have a chance to maybe outlast or out survive, you know, DRS. I mean, that could that could possibly happen. But then again, all the advantages right now pointing towards DRS. I mean, they just have to be patient. They just have to like really wait for this one to get knocked down on the ground here. But as long as the BAGH Esports is alive for stage 7, oh, he still has a chance here to flip the script up against DRS.
Yep. And well, that would be something to watch if ever that happens. But well, it looks like he too is really not okay. That's a good place to be in with that. Gets caught by DRS Gaming, finally ending the game just shy of the 26-minute mark. Congratulations once again, DRS Gaming, for bagging this first map for day number 2. A great start for them, and well, hopefully we'll see some back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Who knows?
I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was going to deny the point. I thought he was going to hold on to his position up until we get to stage number 9 here. Okay, I mean, he just exposed himself. Like, okay, I'm here. You can take your shot now. But yeah, I mean, it was still like an obvious outcome. DRS getting the victory, for the first match this evening. I do wonder if this pace is going to continue on up until the remaining matches for today. That's going to be exciting because I'm pretty sure that Tribe AEROMACY definitely will answer back. Same thing goes for BLUZZ and NEPX. So this is going to be interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, the first map was already interesting enough, and that's a lot of the interesting parts of the map is because of the circle. But then again, it's you know what, lots of things can happen in the next maps as well. So maybe it's just gonna be a normal circle, a normal game, and we're gonna be seeing the teams go at it against each other purely on skill. But right now, there was a lot of luck coming in with how they played out this first map. But for that, still DRS Gaming comes out on top on their first map for this day number 2, and this is their team stats. 5 eliminations for Killer YT, 3 for Yetta, Cyclone with 2, Example with 1, and to think that these guys were kind of just lounging about in the same spot this whole time, I mean, kudos to them. Absolutely crazy strategy that they have.
Mm-hmm. They were very on point with their rotation. I do love the fact when I saw them, on a 2-2 split at the edge, right, at the coast of the south part area of the map, and I just love how they executed everything. DRS, this is a pillar in the community, veteran team. They're playing with another roster over here, but it seems to be working out just fine. I mean, coming up at the top here for this match at 21 points. That is absolutely a statement. From second place, we got SKD with 16 and Real Savages at 12. So we do have 2 teams that exited the game empty-handed. So that would be YONKO and SDMZ. But then again, the day is still early. We are just at game number 1. So there's still plenty of chances for them to seize every opportunity wherein they can gather as much points as they could.
Absolutely. It's still the first map, and well, we're seeing a lot of really good performances already. Okay, there we have it. That's absolutely crazy. That's a 10-point lead for DRS Gaming, overthrowing Tribe AEROMACY. I think that's pretty much the first time I've seen Tribe AEROMACY get kicked off to number 2 this whole tournament. But you know what? Props to DRS Gaming. They absolutely deserve it. And the question is now, will Tribe AEROMACY take back their number 1 spot, or will they inevitably get stepped on pretty much for this whole day?
I'm gonna tell you the reason why this is a spicy tournament for Tribe AEROMACY and DRS. So story is, 2 of the players from DRS Gaming actually jumped into Tribe AEROMACY. Now, we don't exactly know the reason why, they didn't really make a whole fuzz about it, but the whole community actually debated, talked about it, discussed, the transfer. So this is kind of a golden storyline, between these 2 amazing teams. And I think, the rivalry goes beyond the prize pool. So I feel like this is more of like pride, for both of the teams that we just mentioned. But of course, before we get back into that topic, top 5 eliminators for you guys. Again, same suspects, same names that we've seen so far, but we do expect those lists to kind of still reshuffle, because there will be teams, there will be players that will kind of shake up, the momentum for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the number 1 and number 2 spots in the leaderboards. I think there's a little bit of, personal kind of reasons that we're having over here. But you know what? We don't know for sure what they're thinking. I'm sure they don't kind of like make big statements about their personal reasons as to why they choose this team or that team. But yeah, DRS Gaming, pretty good team. I mean, I've seen them several times already. And Tribe AEROMACY, more or less a bit of a new name, so I guess it checks out. It checks out. But then again, these two teams on the top 1 and 2, and with that, a 10-point lead for DRS Gaming. Well, it's gonna be a little bit spicy later on, but we do have to watch out for the top 3 or top 4, because I believe they're tied, but I can't quite remember which of those teams they were. But you know what? It's exciting. Jade number 2, very volatile leaderboard already. So we're just gonna be watching out to see, what happens later on.
So don't go away, ladies and gents. More of that action when we come back after this short break.
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
Not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
Gonna cut the lot!
Excellent work. I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
First X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first two-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive switch firearm animation and inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
We just saw map number 1 with DRS Gaming dethroning Tribe AEROMACY on the leaderboards. This is absolutely crazy. It's a hot leaderboards right now, and well, we're still in day number 2 and we just saw map number 1, so lots of things can still happen in the next 9 maps to witness. Once again, this is 2025 PMNC South Asia Fall, and we are your casters. My name is Annie and Red Queen is with me. So Red Queen, what did you think about that first game?
I feel like DRS might be the one dictating the pace for day number 2. The question is, what are the other teams going to do about this? You know, we're still waiting for T2K, Yonkons, even, to pick up the pace, but one thing is for sure, Annie. All the actions we are witnessing so far is keeping us at the edge of our seats.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat, definitely, because that leaderboard is shifting out a lot. And, well, I wasn't expecting DRS to not only overtake Tribe AEROMACY, but put a 10-point lead against them all of a sudden. But yeah, that was Irangle, our match number 1. We will be seeing a match number 2 in Miramar. Well, it's a pretty dragging map if you ask me, but well, it's also fun in its own way. It's a little bit charming, but personally, I don't really like it, But yeah, we'll have to endure it. We have to endure the lack of foliage, the lack of green, all desert, a lot of buildings, 5-floor buildings, 10-floor buildings, I don't know, and a lot of elevations, a lot of snipes, but Miramar is gonna be testing a lot of skills from these players, getting those vehicles on, getting those snipers on, positionings, lots of things can happen, and hopefully it's going to be a little bit more forgiving than our first Erangel
Mm-hmm.
map.
Yep, that's what it makes this map sequence very hard. You know, consistency is really going to be tested here. Each map requires a different strategy, right? I mean, we got Erangel over here. This is probably the most balanced map that we have in the competitive scene. You know, this is the OG map. Miramar is the big map. So again, when it comes to Miramar, you have to know how to manage resources. You have to take advantage of the those elevations. You have to work your way at the top and make sure that you get a very good vantage point, you know, just to see from which directions you need to point your guns at. And then we got Sandhawk. This is pretty much, you know, like a CQC kind of thing. So again, you have to be very versatile, you know, at this point. You have to know how to adapt to a lot of changes. And again, the unpredictability of the battlefield is what sets everything in fire.
Absolutely. Sandhawk, I actually just found out from like players just recently. They don't like Sandhawk because there's a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of, it's a pretty much a wild card map. You're not really practiced on it because a lot of tournaments they just put like one Sandhawk map against like maybe 3 to 5 Erangel plus Miramar maps. So you know what, not so practiced and a lot of uncertainties because it's quite a small map. You'd end up bumping into a lot of people so early on. But yeah, that's the charm of Sandhawk. And Miramar on the other hand, a little bit of a complete 180-degree turn from Sandhawk. So Miramar's pretty dragging out. There's a lot of space and there's a lot of elevations, and it's quite a slow map. So you know what? Even more than Erangel, because Erangel, I mean, even though it's pretty much the same size, there's still a lot of water. That's why a lot of teams, they have no choice but to run into each other. But yeah, there's absolutely no choice. We're gonna be flying over to Miramar in a few seconds, and well, it's gonna be testing the players. It's gonna be testing their patience a lot.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I always say, Sandhawk being in between Miramar and Erangel, that is the juicy burger patty in between. So it's going to be quick, it's going to be fast paced, and there will be a lot of close quarter combats, which is, of course, again, very exciting for us. You got to be a Viper over here. I mean, like, it's the home of the snakes. But again, before we head on to the Rumble in the Jungle, we have to go through, of course, the Barren Desert, which is, of course, Miramar. And this is a very kind flight path over here. I mean, it's just right down there in the middle. We've got most of the prominent cities just right down below the flight path. So I guess it will be easier for teams, with their rotations. Again, we've played this a lot of times already. Their location, their drop spots, it's no longer a secret. So you've got to anticipate. You have to make a decision. Okay, how do I adapt to this? How am I going to challenge up this team? What kind of rotation am I going to do? So again, being the IGL, sometimes I feel like it's the most underrated job because you're the one giving the structure. And if you're the one breaking into pressure over here, that could mean disastrous, for the rest of the team. So hopefully we don't see anything like that. But I'm pretty sure the pressure is slowly creeping in since we're all already at day number 2 of the grand finals. And this is the time for them to actually cement and fortify, their position in the overall ranking.
Absolutely. It's their second to their last day of the grand final. So they have to put a lot of effort into this. But yeah, then again, we're going to be seeing our first circle. It's going to be closing in towards the southwestern side. There's a lot of teams that landed just outside of it. So you know what? It might be a good thing. It might be a bad thing. But then again, we're just going to be patient. We can go ahead and get those fetals. And that's pretty much what Miramar is all about. And well, it's gonna be the ninth to the last map for these teams to prove themselves. So maybe a little bit more pressure, but then again, they already know who they're up against. We've already seen the playoffs. They've already played against each other multiple times. So right now, it's all about putting into practice what they've learned from these past few days in this tournament, and then like pretty much translating it into a victory, maybe perhaps even a chicken dinner, or maybe even getting the champions on this whole tournament. Because we're talking about DRS is still being in 74. Multiple good games from just one team, even from the Smack last and number 16 team. Maybe things can still turn around. You know what? Maybe things can still change.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's a make or break situation for most, if not all. I mean, one big game can, turn the tides, up against those teams currently at the podium over here. Just as long as you getting those points that you need to catapult yourselves, at the top of the overall rankings. And you know what? Seeing the initial circle just moments ago, I feel like it's a similar one from Erangel. We're just on a different map here, but still favored,
Mm-hmm.
the south part area of the map. So I'm pretty sure that most of the battles will definitely happen up north and maybe even to the eastern side of the circle. But lostly honest, we do have two teams that dropped over that area. Maybe we can fit in 2 to 3 squads over there without even having to fight. But it's a different story for Tribe AEROMACY at the moment as they go up against BLUZZ official over here.
Oh my gosh, the old top one and the old top two going up against each other. It looks like Rig will be bagging that first blood. Yante taking a lot of damage, but still manages to walk away with their lives. Okay, from a distance, Rig spots them, but unfortunately, they don't get the angle anymore. BLUZZ is kind of, hiding behind some of these walls. It's gonna be a little bit hard to try to put some bullets into them. But then again, it's still not even 5 minutes into the game, so we're expecting that these teams, they don't have the best of guns yet. So they're gonna be going off from a little bit of luck. If they manage to pick up some pretty decent guns, then that's gonna be an advantage to them. So with that, always an excitement in any early game engagements. But it looks like Tribe AEROMACY and BLUZZ, well, they're not really in each other's crosshairs anymore. So it looks like, Tribe AEROMACY are gonna be backing away, I suppose. And BLUZZ officials, they're definitely not showing their heads anymore.
Live to fight another day. Okay, that could be a great tactic as well. I mean, it's too early for an engagement anyway, so obviously Tribe AEROMACY, after getting one elimination point, I feel like they don't want to risk losing any of their members. But this is actually one of those rivalries that I'm keeping tabs on. During the playoffs, I'm pretty sure you know about this one. Rig and Woke actually getting head to head with the numbers, and after the
Yeah.
playoffs, it was obviously Rig who took that win. So I do wonder if that rivalry will still continue on for the grand finals. Are they still going head to head in terms of stats? Is Woke going to do something about dethroning Rig maybe as being one of the best players in the tournament? So there's a lot of questions. Again, there's a lot of things that can definitely go down for this tournament. But I did see one player getting knocked down. That might be, a confirmation. Yante had already been taken out of the game. I guess so.
Ooh, actually, there's a trade-off, I believe. Just looking at the leaderboards, Tribe, AEROMACY, and BLUZZ officials each taking out one player from the other. But on the other hand, the BAGH Esports and 4 Lucky Cats also have their other story to tell. Extreme looking one ways and the other, trying to put some bullets in, and well, it's not gonna be resulting into any knocks. Nothing popping up in the kill feed just yet. And well, they're lacking information right now. But on the other hand, Anish going in hot to the Lions Den of 4 Lucky Cats. I wonder if they'll get a win from this. It's a little bit risky, but on the other hand, they need those kills. They need to go aggressive, and well, BAGH Esports, they are definitely doing just that.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like those teams that are still part of the second page, they have to do something here. They have to turn their aggression up a notch here. They need those points again if they want to would remain competitive. We're talking about 2 slots at the PMSL, so I mean, if they want it, they have to really take it by force here. They have to work their way at the top, but I mean, judging by the situation over here, there's really a tight competition going on between the Arrest, Tribe AEROMACY, BLUZZ, and even NEPX. I mean, SKD is also kind of coming off from behind over here. But I'm still, waiting for T2K to explode. I'm waiting for MAKPEN. Currently, they are at the bottom. So hopefully they can do something about this one, because I do see a lot of fans down there in the comment section cheering for MAKPEN. It's like, they brought the whole community of Bhutan. So hopefully MAKPEN can recover in this situation. But in the meantime, we're looking at Yonkos at the moment. We got Joker YT on screen, on prone, cooking up a nade here. Who will be the one making some mistakes? BAGH getting some damage, and now he is ready to go in for a charge. But 3v1, that could be overwhelming.
Yeah, that was a 3v1. I'm like, oh, dude, you're gonna have a bad time over here. And BAGH is having a bad time. That's 2 down. That's 3 down. Anish gets finished off. And, well, that's goodbye for BAGH Esports. I don't know if that was just bad positioning, but it definitely was not a good idea to go charging that way. Especially, one after the other and not at the same time. Because you're just taking all the bullets from 3 different players. And that did not end well, but on the other hand, they'll be saying goodbye as the first team will be getting pushed into the lobby. But on the other hand, the next circle is gonna go sideways towards the western side once again, but still staying at the southwestern part of our Miramar. So it's gonna be fun because we still have 15 teams for the taking.
Yeah, timing is key, right? I mean, I feel like, for the side of BAGH, they're kind of reckless about it. They're so far away from each other. And if you're going to push, if you're going to go for that push, if you're going to go for that attack, I guess you just have to commit. And I feel like considering the distance that they have, from in their team, that was kind of actually hard to pull off. So, well, again, we still have more games, for today. Definitely, they can make up for that loss later on. They just have to again discuss about what went wrong in this situation. But Joker getting some job done. That's Ninja taken out of the game here. So I guess they already suffered 1 casualty, but we still have a total of 15 teams here for stage 2. Ooh.
Ouch. The question is, how long will it stay 15 teams? Because for DM, I'm not a big fan of their position right now. They're all the way at the valley, and there's a lot of people kind of looking down upon them from the elevations. But on the other hand, we're also seeing ABRUPT Slayers versus Hidden Leaf Esports. Hidden Leaf, they have the house to their advantage, but on the other hand, ABRUPT Slayers, they're here for some blood. But on the other hand, we're seeing lots of things happening in the kill feed. Chari inside this building, HLX quite low on health. Ooh, Slayer gets sprayed down. It goes to see with frag as well. That's 2 eliminations on the side of ABRUPT Slayers. Potentially a third Liquid getting away with that car, but unfortunately, well, I don't know if he's gonna survive this because Joker is still out there. Spots the car, puts a lot of bullets, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be taking any damage.
They brought down the pain, man. That was a great execution coming from the team. The kill feed, however, it's Dila. We got Aditya as well, knocked down on the ground here. Killmonger, the only active member right now for Death Machine. So he must be sweating bullets at the moment. I mean, how can you defend and still make it happen for the team on your own? I mean, let's see what kind of maneuver he's ready to show us, but not exactly good for him as he just got eliminated for DM. Second team to be taken out of Miramar.
Ouch, that's gonna hurt. I really thought that Killmonger could have survived a little bit longer, but the fact that there's a lot of teams hovering about, hearing all those bullets, definitely attracted, the third parties and the fourth parties. But on the other hand, SDMZ with 4 eliminations on their side already. Let's see if they can cook up this winner chicken dinner potentially. They're a pretty interesting team. They're a pretty good team, but on the other hand, they're still quite far away in terms on the leaderboard. So let's just watch them. But on the other hand, we're seeing, well, that circle is gonna close in, and it looks like MAKPEN, I believe, lost a few players on their hand. T2K getting those sprays on. MAKPEN is gonna take a lot of damage on their side, but on the other hand, they probably found their footing. They're not taking damage anymore. They're not seeing anything popping up on the kill feeds, but T2K does not stop them. Igneous with the sniper guns spots Yeti from a distance, but unfortunately, they're gonna have to go ahead and regroup and find another good positioning to get MAKPEN on this rate.
Well, I'm happy to see that MAKPEN was able to get past through T2K. I mean, obviously T2K is just really making it hard for them to penetrate the safe zone, but it's a good thing that they were able to counter. They were able to get into a position somewhere around the map. They're still pretty close with T2K, so this fight is inevitable. I can probably say as well that Yonkon will be diving into this mix eventually, as they will come from outside of the zone. But then again, let's see just who will be winning the fight in a three-way battle, because one of the teams definitely will be sandwiched in between, and that could be a little hard to manage. But as for T2K, ABU's already bagged a point for himself, and MAKPEN, they are at a deficit over here, obviously because they already lost a little bit of their firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little bit of a numbers disadvantage as well. But on the other hand, T2K, they're not stopping. They're still camping about, trying to see if they can get some more information. But on the other hand, Real Savages might be joining the fight right now because, I mean, still zero eliminations. So they probably still have the rest of the resources. But on the other hand, we're seeing something happening. T2K against one hit. Omega loses their lives. That's the second elimination on the side of T2K Esports. But looking at that mini map, well, it's not going to be easy for anyone at this rate. You can just put 2 bullets in and, well, you're going to be attracting third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. There's a whole mix of squads nearby, and we're talking about a stage 3 circle over here with 14 teams. It's gonna be a little bit hard, but on the other hand, ASL's Joker finds one from MAKPEN. That's a knock, but not a confirmation just yet.
And this is what we mentioned a while ago, Yonkon joining the party. And right now, T2K is down in the middle. So it could be hard, to manage teams surrounding you. You just have to pay attention to all directions. So that could be really hard. You have to grow a pair of eyes at the back of your heads just to make sure that you see everything that is happening around you. And now we got T2K. Ajaya still doing a massive fray up against MAKPEN, really making it hard for this boys to get into a better position. And just look at that. He was able to give off a lot of damage up against MAKPEN. So I don't know how MAKPEN is going to get through T2K, but if they want to stay in the game, they will have to obliterate anyone who will try to get them down at this point.
Yeah, MAKPEN has been being bullied so far, but on the other hand, T2K is the bully in this situation. For YONKO Lucky Cats, they managed to get away, but on the other hand, SDMZ spots a Real Savages. I don't know if Real Savages has the information that SDMZ is kind of lurking about up there, but on the other hand, they're still having that trigger discipline. They're not giving away their information just yet, not giving away their locations. And Naeem's kind of just scouting the place out. I mean, they're not making moves. They're just waiting patiently. For YONKO Lucky Cats nearby as well. And okay, there we have it. We're going to be starting off, and Naeem has just given away information that, SDMZ is right over there.
Well, that vehicle won't be good for you anymore. I mean, obviously, SDMZ Esports just made sure of that one. With the position for Real Savages, I feel like one nade could actually eliminate them all. I mean, they're staying in just one spot over here, and they don't really have any advantage up against, the opposition, since they are the team that is currently down below. So it could be hard to, defend themselves. But anyway, we got ASL Joker right now attacking the boys of NEPX, and well, he got punished for it.
Absolutely. And with that, actually, ASL is doing quite well with 4 eliminations, but on the other hand, they already lost Gangsta and Jade and Joker just now, so Chari's gonna be all alone for the rest of this game. And Chari is surrounded by several teams. Oh, you can see those bullets coming in. Chari's just managed to kind of dodge that place. It's gonna be a bit hard. Not much resources, we have the DPS in hand, but that's just 2 flashes and, well, a bunch of healing items. So it's gonna be a little bit hard to kind of survive the rest of this game. But if you kind of just stay there, try to make yourself invisible, basically melt into the wall, maybe you'd survive. But it's not gonna be easy, especially since we still have 14 teams standing and 41 old players. Several teams with full squads as well. Even DRS MAKPEN #1 still not having any eliminations and not even taking any damages. Let's have we're gonna have to wait and see, when they're gonna pop up and try to make themselves known.
Oh man, Cherry definitely is backed in a corner over here. I mean, he's holding on to his DBS. Maybe, saying to the boys of NEPX, man, if you want your food, you just have to come and get it, right? I'm in the corner. If you're brave enough to actually just push through with your attack, then maybe I could probably take you guys down as well. But in the meantime, I don't think he will be pushing. I don't think he will be moving the muscle. And NEPX esports just have to be patient if they really want to get that kill. But map feed, ladies and gents, real savages, pretty close to SDMZ, right down there in the middle of the map. Same thing goes for Tribe AEROMACY, but I feel like the fight is definitely going to happen in just a while. And we got another team being eliminated, and that is Cherry saying goodbye. We'll see you at the next game.
Oh, Cherry really couldn't hold on. I mean, a bunch of the teams already knew they were there. Oh, Lucifer says goodbye by the hands of Naeem. That's one more elimination going in to SDMC. That's 5. You're doing quite well, and well, I'm off to see these guys. They definitely need the points. They're still at number 12 on the scoreboard. And on the other hand, Jiggle God takes that Igneous. Not confirmation yet, but definitely something for YONKO Looking Cats with the Molotov as well. And well, I'm not sure what Naeem's doing here. I guess just kind of scouting the place out. Ooh, okay. Getting the cars in, trying to rotate into the area. There's another team. There's several teams up above. Ooh, YONKO says goodbye off cam.
Yeah, and amazingly, T2K was able to survive that one. 2 of the players got knocked down from that altercation up against YONKO, but it's a great thing. T2K manages to actually come up on top there, getting the victory and still a complete squad, which is outstanding. It's always an advantage if you can actually get the whole team, to play at the latter stages of the match. You are going to need all the firepower, the manpower to be able to secure that victory. But in the meantime, we're looking at Tribe AEROMACY, and again, Gyante has already been taken out, so it's Rig, Delta, and Trix at the moment. But check it out, DRS still a complete squad, and you know what? Based from the map feed over here, from the top, DRS and Tribe AEROMACY. Yeah, I think this is about to happen.
Yep. We're waiting right now. Tribe AEROMACY with the number 6 advantage, just a slight. He already lost 1 player. But on the other hand, okay, NEPX esports going up against DRS. So, I mean, DRS is they kind of have their hands a little bit full trying to hunt down the rest of the players. But on the other hand, ASC, it doesn't look like they're making a move just yet. But I'm sure they have information that DRS is kind of just lurking about nearby. On the other hand, I think that goes without saying. There's a lot of teams nearby. Okay, Domain trying to snipe them out, but not a very good location in comparison with DRS. I mean, DRS has the high ground. Domain does have the building on their side. So it's just a lot of careful peeking, a lot of careful sprays. Example, Spots Precious. Ooh, takes a lot of damage from NEPX, and well, Cyclone's also in another angle. It's pretty good positioning coming in from DRS Gaming, but the question is, who will come up victorious here? Because NEPX, they're holding on, but DRS, they're not letting up either.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a challenge for NEPX, since they are the team at the foot of the mountain over here, and DRS Gaming, they hold a great vantage point, so all they need to do is really do a massive spray here, make it rain bullets up against NEPX esports, and it would take like a miracle shot for NEPX esports to even take down at least 1 player from DRS Gaming. Maybe that could pave the way for them to gain a little advantage, but as long as DRS Gaming is at the top, it's going to be hard for NEPX to follow through in this situation. But then again, things could be harder for DRS because on top of them are the boys of Tribe AEROMACY. So, this is going to be one heck of a fight over here. Top 1, 2, and 3.
It's gonna be spicy. NEPX is still alive. They have 3 people on their side and 4 eliminations. 3 players are still standing, so they can go up against Tribe AEROMACY and DRS. I mean, they're still a full squad, but on the other hand, they're not like going on the complete aggressive just yet. So they're kind of just sizing each other up. the other hand, Precious, ooh, finds one hit, gets those sprays on. Unfortunately, Precious gives away their location to DRS, and that's a knockdown on their side. Claw, however, goes to the rescue, can manage to get that revival depending on if DRS manages to catch onto them on their angle, but it doesn't seem to be that way. DRS hovering about, they spot I believe one hit, and they're trying to get some kills on, but unfortunately nothing's popping up on the kill feed, so I guess they can't find the angle that they need. We do see some grenades coming in from Real Savages. Ooh, yeah, that takes a lot of damage. Domain gets them down, and that's a finisher as well. Oh, Domain gets a taste of their own medicine with SM Fall. Oh, it's a give and take. Jeez. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of things happening. DRS all of a sudden down to one last player. Killer Whitey, what are you gonna do at this rate?
I don't know. I can already feel the panic, from Killer Whitey's side. I don't know what happened with DRS Gaming, but that was one heck of a fight that was given to us by NEPX. They were able to turn the tables. Obviously, the odds are against them, but they were able to punish the boys of DRS, taking them out without a single elimination point.
Jeez. DRS all of a sudden, I believe it was just like NEPX and AST both finding information about DRS, and DRS didn't do anything about it. They held their ground, and well, they got punished for it, even saying goodbye with 0 eliminations. AST getting the last laugh with 3 eliminations on their side. Oh man, that was a crazy last few seconds. I didn't actually get everything. I was just like, oh, they go down. Oh, that's a trade-off. Oh, everyone's dead in DRS, but it's not over just yet. Claw versus Trix. Oh, Trix falls from the side of Tribe AEROMACY. That is, well, oh my gosh, this is gonna be a knockout. Rig, you're the last person standing. Oh, NEPX. One hit. Yeah, one hit.
Claw is going berserk at the moment, man. He is insane in the battlefield right now. I mean, obviously, NEPX took care of business up against DRS, and I mean, what is happening? Tribe AEROMACY took a big damage from Claw.
Yeah, that was crazy. NEPX, 9 eliminations on their side. Claw was like literally guns blazing. This guy not even thinking about their position. They're like, I've got a gun in hand and I'm gonna shoot at anything that moves. And that guy manages to survive that long unguarded. And I mean, props to that guy. I wonder, I want to see the stats. I want to see how many kills that guy got before kind of kicking the bucket over there. Claw, absolutely amazing. NEPX. On the other hand, they're gonna be saying goodbye for now. Unfortunately, not that much placement points to get away with that, but well, AEROMACY still alive. They have an opportunity to kind of climb up against DRS right now.
Whew, okay, that was a lot. That was a lot to take in. But DRS already out, NEPX already out. Tribe AEROMACY, well, they have a chance, of course, to get that second chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they're down to 2 of their players. They lost a chance, from the first game to get that chicken dinner. So maybe, just maybe, they have something. They have a surprise for us, towards the end of this round. But anyway, T2K right now receiving some rap, coming from Real Savages at the moment. And, well, the odds are not exactly on their side as well. But perhaps, they could pull off something like what NEPX did just moments ago. That would be exciting. But as for Tribe AEROMACY, they're struggling a bit, obviously, because, most of the teams right now are pretty close to where they are, and they are outnumbered.
Absolutely. Absolutely outnumbered. Because there's still several teams from the full squad. Okay, we have it. Ajaya gets one from side of one hit, and that's actually a full squad wipeout. The one hit had their last member say goodbye by the hands of T2K. And again, T2K, these guys are on fire as well. That's 10 points. Shooting themselves up all the way in the leaderboards. That's definitely going to help them. And there's still placement points to be had. But on the other hand, still, 6 teams, 17 players, and we're 27 minutes into the game. That's quite surprising, actually, the survival rate
Hmm.
of these players. And to think that we're already in the stage 8 circles, quite a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, this is the T2K I know. Trained to kill, man. Stepping on the gas here with a double digit elimination points now at stage 8. Oh, this can be crazy. They could even, like, maybe get the chicken dinner for this round. I mean, they do have a complete squad, so that's the best chance there is. But we also have to consider, of course, Real Savages. They already have 2 elimination points. They are still complete, so they're the two teams that could probably bag the chicken dinner. But looking at the position at the moment, everyone is at the edge of the circle over here. Nobody wants to get right down there in the middle. But Rig right now taking in some damage. Oh, with the vehicle, man, he went down, and T2K was prepared for them, and Tribe AEROMACY right now eliminated.
Well, it's a decent amount of placement points. I mean, not really. Still going down as the 6th team. But on the other hand, SDMZ, Haiti, spots Axie from BLUZZ, but can't manage to finish them off. Okay, Igneous. Oh, they probably stole that knockdown, but the question is now who will get this kill. Haiti's taking damage from somewhere out there from another angle, but on the other hand, yeah, just kind of like keeping our eyes peeled right now. With 5 teams and 12 players left standing. We're in a stage 8 circle. Very soon we're gonna be seeing a stage 9, and well, it's packed inside this circle. It's gonna be really fun. But on the other hand, the question is now who will get the chicken dinner, because it looks like it's RS, Real Savages, that has the numbers advantage right now.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen at the moment. Right now, it's a standoff, between these 5 teams. We can see a lot of smokes getting popped off at the moment. We got SDMZ9 taking a hit coming from YONKO. And YONKO, man, on bended knees as well, bleeding out there in the open, taking some shots. We got Igneous right on the screen, getting some action. 12 points in the bag for T2K, man. They are on fire.
Absolutely. Okay. Real Sav just Jiggle God throwing that grenade to SKD. This is the last person standing on SKD, and that guy, great survivability. But T2K is on fire right now. I'm just wondering, will this be their chicken dinner? Will this be their game changer for the tournament? Okay. Grenades cooking up. SDMZ. Ooh, Agent 27 falls from the hands of one player from T2K. So that they're considering, they're continuing their onslaught. But on the other hand, SDMZ finally says goodbye, and now we're down to 3 teams. T2K is still alive. SKD, last person standing. Ooh, down inside of T2K, and SDMZ. I mean, one. Oh my gosh. Okay. Jiggle God. One more bullet, and with that. That's absolutely crazy. Real Savages gets that winner chicken dinner for map number 2, for day number 2. Congratulations.
Chicken dinner denied for Trade to Kill. Man, they were on the momentum. They were on fire. They were on a killing streak. Everyone's just trigger happy. That's a double-digit elimination points, but unfortunately, they were not able to secure that chicken dinner. That could be the cherry on top, but it was the Real Savages who ended this round at the top, getting the crown in Miramar. So that was a nail-biting experience, I can say. Real Savages played their cards right. They were patient and just waited for T2K to kind of expose themselves. They came from below, so it was really hard, to get into position. It was really hard for the side of T2K to even get to the top there without really reeling in some, like a lot of action just to maintain the pace. But we have to give recognition where recognition is due. Of course, RS taking that a win is absolutely top notch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did have numbers advantage, and they definitely did not put it to waste. And well, T2K was a great opponent to be had, and in the end, they definitely deserved that win. The angles, the timing of Real Savages putting their names up on the scoreboard with 6 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. So with that, 2 eliminations going into Skywalker, Jiggle God with 2, Biambe with 1, and a Goto with 1 as well, and a decent amount of damage dealt for each of these teams. Oh wait, Biambe Dada with 611 damage dealt and only 1 unleashes. That is so unfair. But on the other hand, they won the chicken dinner, so that's what matters. They have a lot of points on their side for this match number 2. So yeah, once again, congratulations to our winner chicken dinner winners for match number 2. I mean, it was a long ride, but in the end, they won, and that's what matters.
The force is strong. When it comes to Skywalker over here, I do wonder if he is the type of Skywalker who will be a Jedi, or will he turn into a Sith, for today's matchups. But anyway, that is a show of power coming from Real Savages. We got Tamang over here, 297 meters as the longest elimination distance. And of course, this is the part where you guys are actually eager to see. T2K taking the top spot with 20, but RS, they're the ones who secured the chicken dinner. So, well, yeah, they're still considered, well, the ones that won the fight. But in terms of just, like the numbers, obviously it's T2K. We also got SDMZ, NEPX coming in at 4th, but DRS, 4 Death Machines, and again, MAKPEN with 0. So it's going to be hard for MAKPEN. I mean, they are at the bottom of the barrel currently, and I don't know what kind of maneuver, they could probably show us right now to improve their overall status. I mean, the fans continue to cheer for them in the comment section, which is, of course, very admirable, by the way.
They win by audience impact. But yeah, MAKPEN still not getting a lot of points on their side, but still we have 8 more matches to go, and this is the overall standings post match number 2 for J number 2. DRS Gaming still at 74 despite getting 0 points in this game, but Tribe AEROMACY slowly but surely climbing up to 69. That's a 5-point gap now. NEPX with number 3 with 65 points. BLUZZ officials just shy of 2 points from NEPX at number 4. Real Savages 54 points. And well, we're gonna be watching out for T2K as well. They had a really strong game, but unfortunately they did not make it to the page number 1 yet. They're still at 31, tied with 4 Death Machines at 31, at 9 and 10 rather, ranked 9 and 10. So let's see if they'll show consistency later on, or will they will this just be one really lucky map for them?
Huge jump though for T2K Esports. Again, that was a big game for them, by far the best game, at least for the grand finals, at least for day number 2 here. But you know what, we started the day here, Annie, with Tribe AEROMACY being at the top in the overall rankings, but right now we're looking at DRS. So how long can they defend, being at the top? So before you answer that, let's take a look at the top 5 eliminators for the tournament. We got Precious still coming from NEPX, Killer YT from The Real Soldiers, but we got Rig and Trix as well, representing Tribe AEROMACY and Domain for NEPX as well. So these are all Nepal teams, and if we're going to be looking at the stats, again, it's so impressive, impeccable gameplay coming from not just this individual players, but from the teams as well.
Yes, absolutely. And it's been a crazy 2 maps so far. Very distinct, but still a lot of things happened that, pretty much highlights of this grand finals. And so the question is now, how will the leaderboards look like after this day number 2, and actually after this grand finals? Because there's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of stories to be told. I mean, Tribe AEROMACY and DRS Gaming is just one. The question is, will T2K actually kind of bloom after this? I mean, that was a strong game. That's 20 whole points from just one map, and it changed their standing up all the way to rank number 10. Possibly, if they have another strong game, they could see themselves in page number 1, even probably rivaling maybe rank number 5, rank number 6. I don't know. Lots of things can still happen, and we're all for it. We're all looking forward to see how this is going to play out later on.
You're absolutely right. I'm still waiting on T2K to kind of maintain their pace, for day number 2 of the grand finals. And again, ladies and gents, just keep on making a lot of noise down there in the comment section to make sure that you guys show your love and support, to your favorite teams, and maybe invite your friends, because PMNC 2025 South Asia Fall will continue on with the remaining matches. We're just going to take a short break, so don't go away.
sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cut the Lord!
Excellent work! I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
First X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first two-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive Switch firearm animation and Inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
Do you want to know why you should link more login methods to your account? If your designated login method stops working or your social media account gets hacked, you won't be able to log into the game and could even lose your game account entirely. However, if you have both a social media account and mobile number linked at the same time, that gives you an alternate login method, which also lets you remove the hacked Gukulin social media account immediately. To keep your account secure, please link a mobile number and email address in addition to your social media account. The first time you link a mobile number or email, you'll also get a reward. So there's no reason to hesitate. Add more Gukulinka login methods now and secure your account.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3, tactical mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4, minecart tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5, climbing tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
The price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
اسمي حسين أيوب صممت خرائط ببجي موبايل اتلعب عليها أكتر من 3 مليون مرة. كواحد ماب كريتور ممكن ناس كتير تفتكر إن أنا خريج كلية فنون أو دارس حاجة ليها علاقة بالتصميم، بس أنا في
Well, we are definitely enjoying all the action so far from the first 2 games. We are already halfway through, ladies and gents. Everybody is racing to get to the top spot. So welcome back to the PMNC South Asia Fall 2025. We are still your casters, Red Queen and Annie, welcoming you back to the games.
Absolutely. And we did see match number 1 and match number 2 already. And well, they are pretty different in terms of gameplay, in terms of excitement. We have match number 1 with the crazy circle, and match number 2, a lot of people had really good survivability. We're talking about 27 minutes into a Miramar map and still like, I don't know, 7-8 teams still standing. So that's absolutely crazy, the stories that we're having right now. And well, match number 3 is gonna be interesting as well. It's a Sandhawk map, so we all know that this map's quite small. It's going to be a little bit more fast-paced than our Erangel and Miramar, so that's definitely something to look forward to. And the question is now, how will this next map affect the leaderboards, especially with the story between DR E2Ks are finally gonna be waking up in this grand final?
Well, I'm
There's a lot
actually
of questions to be asked.
Okay, I think we're having a little bit of a struggle with the audio, but yeah, you know what? I'm looking for more drop clashes to happen. You know, Sandhawk is that one map that we don't really get to play that much, you know, because we only have it one a day, right? So this is where again the unpredictability will happen. You know, coming from all of the teams here, you know, rotations might be surprising for a certain team. I'm not quite sure though who is going to be dominating for this map, but just like what you said, you know, it's definitely going to be fast paced because there will be a lot of CQCs. Being stealthy, I guess, is one of the factors, one of the ingredients to secure that winner chicken dinner. But then again, you know, this is a map that is, you know, for most of the players, and not all, if not all, you know, finds it very challenging, just because of like how you need to keep up with the pace. So I'm not exactly sure if we are. I'm being heard by my co-caster, or like maybe Mission Control can shed a light on this one. Are we still live? Because I'm still looking at.
It's my internet. It's my internet.
Oh,
It's my internet.
I thought you
I'm
left
so
me.
sorry.
I can't do this
Oh no,
alone. You know?
I did.
I
I
need to
did for a
go.
few seconds. Yeah, for a few seconds I did leave you. I'm like, oh no, I changed my Wi-Fi, so okay, we should be good right now. Okay, everyone, chill out. This is a match number 3, Sandhawk. Hopefully with no more interruptions. And on my side, Red Queen, you're good, you're good. Like production is also good. It was me. It was a me problem. Actually, it's not a me problem. It's my ISP's problem. But yeah, basically, we're jumping into Sandhawk real quick. And well, there's a lot of things to look forward to. So let's just keep our eyes peeled to see what happens next.
Yep, we're dropping into Sandhawk, but not for a vacation. Actually, it's for a great, one heck of a show, you know, battle coming from all of the 16 teams. But flight path, okay, it's a little bit over to the top, so there will be a lot of space to go for, a little bit down south. We got Tribe AEROMACY, of course, taking hold of that boot camp area. We got 4 death machines over to Cow. Looking at HLX, okay, pretty close to Tribe AEROMACY, and DRS still, you know, favors the south part area of Sandhawk. But I do wonder again if there will be a team that will step on the gas and maybe you know, like really be aggressive at this point, because they need the numbers. They need the numbers to go up. And we are already halfway through day number 2 here, so we don't really have that much games, you know, for the grand finals. So they need to make this happen. They need to start building now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about match number 3 on day number 2. So, I mean, we still have 5 maps tomorrow, and there's still 2 chances later on. But slowly but surely, their chances are dwindling for the times that they can go ahead and put a lot of points to their name. So, well, they have to do their best, but it's going to be a little bit hard in Sandhawk, especially since there's a lot of uncertainties in this map. So right now we're seeing on our screen, if you look at the Paradise Resort mini map, there's 2 teams nearby. Okay, High T, 1 versus 1 takes down Puck, and that might be our first blood. With that, High T gets a 1 point to SDMZ, a really good start for their team.
Yep, Haiti definitely pulled a fast one on us, but wasn't fast enough with that second attack coming from Bipin this time. what a way to avenge his fallen comrade over there. So I guess he was able to serve his revenge. Unfortunately, though, for the side of 4YLC, again, at the beginning of the match here, had an early elimination, so they're down to 3 players. But, three still a pretty solid number, if you ask me. So what they need to do is just really be smart, at picking up their battles over here. And this is Sandhawk. Again, you need to be stealthy. You need to be able to have that element of surprise to successfully ambush a team. But let's see what's going to happen with Dila 31. He's on prone in his belly. He's looking at 2 members of SKD. Now we are waiting for that right opportunity for him to strike, but can he be accurate with the timing?
Absolutely. That's the question right now. One hit, waiting behind this tree, and SKD kind of just hovering about. Okay, possible engagement. No, Nodsu moves back. Okay, Thabs is standing up, but will be moving about. So we're not gonna be seeing it just yet. I mean, they're just kind of like, waiting for the right moment to strike, but not really initiating, not really committing into anything. So for now, Paradise Resort will be a little bit peaceful.
Ooh.
Okay, there's a grenade coming in, Thabs. It takes a bit of damage, but not gonna be enough to show up on the kill feed. But, well, the message is clear. There's gonna be bloodshed later on.
Ouch. Okay. Great shot coming from Omega, and he was able to get behind that rock in the nick of time. He was able to receive some damage, but he was able to recover from that one. But here comes Dilla 31 again. You just have to keep that element of surprise, and he was able to do that. And now he's coming after the remaining boys of SKD. We got Omega still going for that charge with a DBS, although he needs to back away a little. Where is the backup, though? Ooh!
My gosh. Oh my gosh. Just like that, SKD says goodbye by the hands of one hit. And that one hit needs this. One hit needs this. But then on the other hand, Nave and SDMZ also has their own skirmish. It looks like Sussi is getting 1 kill after the other. How is SDMZ at this rate? Because they are down to 1 player left. Oh, Naeem's taking a lot of damage too. And that is the end. Tribe AEROMACY swoops in, gets the last person. And with that, we're down to 14 teams left. 54 players standing.
All right, here we go. We are getting some firepower from 4 Death Machines at the moment. Unfortunately, Aditya, well, he turned his back and now he's getting some bullets, and currently knocked down on the ground. And confirmation coming through, Aditya already out of the game here. Pekka down on the ground as well. 4 Death Machines not looking too hot at this moment. So let's see how they can recover from this situation. We can see that 2 of the players over here is trying to step back from the fight. Of course, you need to be able to come up with a more strategic plan to be able to get to the last few zones for this match. But how are you going to do that? I mean, you're down to 2 players and it's going to be hard to get past through teams here with a complete squad. I mean, we are just at stage 1 here, and there's a lot of things that can still happen. Pretty much the same thing with HLX, okay? Right now, they haven't bagged any points just yet. They're scouting the area, probably checking which location would be the best for them to kind of chill for a while.
Yep, they're definitely chilling. And this is the place to be to chill. There's a bunch of resorts, there's a bunch of beaches, and there's gonna be a bunch of bloodshed as well. So, well, they're not gonna be relaxing for too long. But HLX, they're not nearby any other team, so they can kind of just like get into position, scout the area, make sure that they're all alone, and, well, hope that the circle is gonna be favoring them. Right now, Hidden Leaf, they're gonna be going to the roots as well. BLUZZ, however, nearby. Liquid manages to scout them and definitely gonna go ahead and tell the rest of their team members that there are potentially kills to be had. So with that, let's see what Hidden Leaf Esports will be doing with this information. It looks like Liquid will be moving backwards towards a Frag and Slayer for now.
There's really not much action just yet for such a small map. So perhaps everyone's really taking their sweet time. Maybe still talking to one another. How they're going to be approaching the next circle, because the circle here in Sandhawk can be quite erratic. So predicting where it will land, I guess that's one of the skills, every team or any team will just have to consider memorizing or really getting yourselves familiar with. But in the meantime, it's still 14 teams, at stage two. We can see NEPX and they're over at Painan, trying to make their way. Will a team contest them? Will a team challenge them? But NEPX so far, I can see they have Painan all to themselves, and they're probably going to be sticking here for some time.
And we do have our eyes on NEPX. These guys, pretty amazing so far, especially um, with their track record so far in this grand finals. They're shooting all the way up to number three, which is a huge surprise since they haven't been shining a lot during the playoffs, as you said a while ago. So definitely watching out for them. And they do have Nave on their scopes to see if they can get some kills. Okay, Susty falls and knocks themselves out quite literally, and Jiggle is kind of just waiting for the right moment to strike, right moment to swoop in and get those kills because they can't go ahead and hastily put some bullets in. They're gonna be giving away their information, and well, looks like Skywalker won't be committing to this just yet. So let's just wait and see. Maybe they're just biding their time.
Yep. I mean, Real Savages, obviously, the chicken dinner was a confidence booster. I feel like they're ready, to retaliate up against all the teams at the moment. I mean, that was such a great shot coming from GOAT, and now he's coming after another one from the side of VE. He just couldn't find the right angle just yet, so there's time for VE to pick up their teammate over here, not unless if they've already decided that they're going to go through that crash. But also, Goat is looking at HLX over to the other side, and he's trying to take down Liquid at the moment. But as you can see on the screen here, I mean, HLX, they're holding to a compound as well, so they're pretty much safe. They're surrounded by some covers that they can probably utilize, of course, to protect themselves if a team would want to take them down. But yeah, I think nobody is going for that hard push just yet. Just looking at where the teams currently situated at the moment, ASL will be coming from up top. They could be clashing with BLUZZ Official, Extreme Even, and even HLX, because they're all down there in the middle already. But ASL obviously just taking some time. They're not prepared to get inside the zone just yet. So probably thinking, you know what? I'm gonna check if there will be more teams that will come up from behind. So this is more of like not really engaging just yet and savoring the moment when it's time for them to collect all of those points. When the circle gets crowded, I think that's when they're gonna, have those flashy moves, so to speak.
Yeah, and we'll be waiting for quite a while, which is a surprise because this is Sanhok. It's a small map, but everyone's kind of playing it safe, and we can see that with the number of players still at 52, despite that a small circle in this small map. So with that, it's gonna be closing in about 50% of the land mass of this circle. So we're gonna be expecting, hopefully, crossing our fingers, something's gonna happen because well, right now, we're kind of just waiting for all the action. And so far, just two teams got picked off 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game. There's still the big fishes are still alive. DRS, AST, NEPX, and BLUZZ is still hovering about, trying to find their first and second kills. But, well, we're just also watching one hit. They already have four kills. So well, they're quite low on health, but still, it's a good start to them, and they definitely need those points.
Oh, for sure. I mean, one hit. They're slow burn, for today. 4 points in the bag. Still a complete squad over here is always an advantage, but let's see if they can follow through, up to the last stages over here. NEPX Esports, well, they're coming after Tribe AEROMACY at the moment. Tricks down on the ground, so they do have that leverage up against Tribe, but then again, they will have to be careful because, well, everyone can hear those gunshots, and I feel like somebody's going to do a third party over here. But DRS not looking too good at the moment as they fell victims to 4 death machines, hence getting themselves 2 points in the bag.
Yeah, those are death machines, all right. But on the other hand, NEPX versus Tribe AEROMACY somewhere out there in the map as well. All eyes peeled on them. AST already down by one player. DRSO 2 just a while ago. I mean, they were on a two-man split, so well, it was a good thing they managed to get away with half of their team still. But it's a huge chunk lost on their part. They definitely have the numbers disadvantage right now. But on the other hand, NEPX Claw, this guy's insane. Let's see what this guy's gonna pull off in Sandhawk right now because, well, in Miramar, there was a lot of things to be said.
Ooh.
But on the other hand, one hit. Ooh, gets taken down by T2K, so it looks like T2K will be joining the fray right now.
Okay, I mean, let's check if one hit can actually. Okay, never mind. I said anything. Okay, they've been eliminated by T2K. Although in the process, they also lost Master Zerdy. But then again, we're talking about T2K. These guys are veterans, so they already know how to move inside the battlefields. 13 teams remaining, stage 3 with 26 seconds on the clock here. Again, NEPX right at the edge of the circle, just gauging the situation and probably scouting the area still to, I mean, like, where do they need to land next, right? I mean, they have to be very good at making all those decisions because one decision can cost them everything. So everything needs to be flawless at this point in the competition. NEPX still dominating, I can say. I mean, even though Domain has already been taken out, but let's see if their offense or their defense as well can be quite accurate, even if they're already at a deficit over here. Stage 4, it's going to be a cramped one. I do wonder which teams will be taken out as soon as we get into stage 5.
And well, it's gonna be a fun stage 5. We still have 13 teams and 43 players, and they're all playing it so safe. But it's understandable considering the prize pool is kind of like totally not a joke. I mean, we're talking about increments of $100 depending on your ranking in the final leaderboard, so they definitely have to play their cards right. But on the other hand, we are watching out for MAKPEN. They definitely need those kills, they need those placement points, they need those eliminations, so they have to play their cards right. But on the other hand, NEPX spots Nave, get those sprays on. Precious gets spotted, takes some damage, hides behind the blue zone. I don't like this at all.
Well, okay, we do love what we're seeing on screen here. I mean, obviously the circle is shrinking and it's getting a little crowded for everyone, so teams now are forced to engage with one another. T2K getting a lot of damage, Ajaya down on the floor by Killmonger. We got Rig as well, coming from Jane of ASL. Man, it's a back and forth situation for most of the teams here, but T2K suffering great damage at the moment. Igneous is the last player standing for the team. Can he still make it happen? Going up against 4DM, but they're already tagging the blue here, and time is of the essence.
Absolutely. And Igneous definitely not, taking the risk. Moving in. Oh, Killmonger! Ouch! Killmonger takes a lot of damage. And with that, it's an elimination. Oh my gosh. Lots of things just happened in this blink of an eye. T2K says goodbye. Igneous could not hold on, unfortunately.
Bianchi saying Biambai. Okay, here we go. Giante, after a not so good move in the previous match, now he's proving himself once again here that he is one of the players that you need to watch out for. Giante getting some LMs for himself. And now the battle continues on. Giante, however, suffered great damage to the Blue Reaper himself, so I don't know if it's still going to get picked up at this point. Jane also goes down, courtesy of Delta,
Ouch.
and that is it. End of the line for Tribe AEROMACY. Man, that is brutal.
Ouch. But on the other hand, for YONKO, Lucky Cats gets one from MAKPEN. That's last player standing for MAKPEN. Ooh, all of a sudden, DRS gets eliminated as well. Look at that. AST and DRS just 4 points, rather 1 point away from each other. ASL gets picked off camera. For YONKO Lucky Cats, they need a Fearless to be revived. But on the other hand, Bipin spots the last player of MAKPEN and will not let them get away. Come on, Bipin, you can do it. But on the other hand, NEPX, Precious, Jigglebot behind this boulder. Ooh, sprays coming in, but won't be getting any damage done just yet. So It's gonna be a bit of resetting on this hand. Real Savages, a 3 versus 1. I don't know where the rest of NEPX is, but Precious definitely needs them.
Okay, top 1, top 2 already out. That's DRS and Tribe AEROMACY. So perhaps NEPX, this could be the moment for them to catch up with the number of points. For DRS and ASD, they could get the top the throne. For this match alone. Again, it's a make or break situation for most. Jiggle God, however, man, he fell down to the ground. And now he's not going to be picked up at this point. He just got sent back to the lobby, and we continue on with the fight. BLUZZ officials obviously not out, in the woods just yet. We can see YONKO cooking up that nade, but can he be on point? Claw! Man, just got slayed by Slayer of HLX, and there goes Rex as well. And just like that, NEPX has been executed.
Oh my gosh, the big fishes have gone down all of a sudden in the Sandhawk map. It's a mess. They're just giving chances for the rest of the teams to kind of climb up and overtake them. Okay, Real Savage Skywalker gets a shot right in the face, and they're now down on the ground. Well, there's still a chance to get a revive. However, BLUZZ officials, TMG8 spots Extreme and Anish from BAGH. Grenades. Oh, that was a good shot. And with that, that's crazy. That was a good grenade throw. That we're down to 5 teams and 11 players standing, and the play zones just taking one after the other with them. Okay, TMG8 spots HLX, but on the other hand, it's the other way around too. HLX spots TMG8. It's not gonna be pretty.
Are we looking for a clutch? Oh no, not exactly sure why he turned his back. But then again, it's an overwhelming experience, handled by just one person. I mean, just imagine 3 players headed towards your direction. You're all alone to defend yourself, no more teammates, no more anything. But okay, we can understand the pressure. We're looking at the final 4 teams over here. HLX, okay, this is by far their best game, I can say. For YLC, we got RS, we got MAKPEN. But for YONKO was, again, okay, another member got picked off, and we got RS being eliminated. So we're down to our final 3 teams here at stage 6.
Absolutely. 3 teams. HLX, for YONKO, Lucky Cat, and MAKPEN. Ooh, so the last person from MAKPEN held on all this time. They're gonna need those placement points, even though they didn't get the eliminations that they need. This is really good for their team. For YONKO, Lucky Cats, still 2 players standing. I don't know if they can go up against HLX. I mean, it's just a 1-person deficit in terms of numbers. And, well, they've been doing well, really, so far. That's 5 eliminations on the side of 4 YONKO, Lucky Cats. And right now, they're kind of just scatting the place. HLX are kind of bunched up in the same direction. And Zoro's the only one here. I'm not sure where BIPIN is right now, but grenades coming in. Will that hit? That's a question. Uncle right behind them all this time, and well, the grenades is coming in. Will it hit? Nothing. Absolutely nothing coming up. No damage whatsoever.
Well, MAKPEN obviously is not getting into any engagement over here. He's gonna juice this one out. He's gonna let 4YLC battle it out first with HLX, but obviously HLX has that upper hand advantage up against the Yonkons. We got Zoro down on the ground here, so 4YLC in big trouble now. HLX, all they need to do is just play their cards right. They have all the advantages working out for them, so they just have to follow through here. But I mean, there's still a big chance though for Yonkos and even MAKPEN to turn the tables up against HLX. I mean, we've seen this scenario happen quite often in the official tournament, so let's see if that's exactly how this thing is going to go down. But then again, we're waiting for HLX to take the win here in Sandhawk.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a matter of hunting down the last players of 4 YONKO Cats and MAKPEN rather. BIPIN still alive at the edge of the circle, but outside that next stage. So a little bit hard. MAKPEN Uncle still alive. HLX definitely not being given a good time, but they are within the circle, so they do have the advantage. They're just waiting for something to happen in their favor, and well, the last two teams, they're not making it easy for them. Okay, there we have it, MAKPEN. Oh, all of a sudden, HLX finally gets a breather, and they bat that winner chicken dinner. Congratulations.
Whew, okay, that was a convincing win coming from the team. Obviously, you know, for their side, HLX right now proving to us that nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday in Sandhawk.
Oh my gosh. That's absolutely insane. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save 50 pounds per I'm just kidding.
Per person!
But yeah, per person. Well, that's actually fitting since it's a resort island, and well, there's a lot of fun over here. But on the other hand, congratulations, of course, to Hidden Leaf. I mean, they need these points. That goes the same with For Yogo Lucky Cats and MAKPEN as well. It was a good start. It was a good timing for these teams because, well, the big three were taken down quite early and, well, just gave opportunity for the rest of the teams to kind of climb up, you know, save themselves.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you know, HLX, one of the teams that has, you know, like expectation, you know, coming from their supporters. I think, you know, this is one of those teams that they actually watch out for. And this is, again, you know, a strong game for HLX, hence getting that winner chicken dinner, keeping the consistency. Again, we've talked about this at the beginning of the match, and it's going to be a test. Adaptability as well, versatility, since we are playing all of the maps here in the competitive scene. I mean, there's Erangel, there's Miramar, and there is Sandhawk, and each map requires a different strategy. And so far, HLX dominated Sandhawk. You can see on the screen here, it's 8 elimination points in the bag, and we've got, of course, Ninja over here, I guess, with the most damage output.
Yep, there we have it. And this is the match summary match summary for match number 3. And we have 258 meters, which is pretty cool considering we are in the Sandhawk, and that's for Yokin Lucky Cats Fearless, just sniping in that tiny island that we have over here. But yeah, it was a pretty good run. That was a great last 3 teams standoff, but in the end, it's HLX that will be coming up with 18 points from this Sandhawk map. Coming in second is Real Savages with 14. They got picked off quite early, but they still managed to rake up a lot of points on the double digits. For Lucky Cats with 11 and BLUZZ with 16. MAKPEN, 5 points just from placements alone. BAGH, NEPX, T2K, and 1 hit each have a 5 as well. So it was a good chance for some of these teams to kind of catch up on points.
The only thing I notice about MAKPEN is that they're playing the games a little bit more onto the passive side. You know, they're good with the rotations, I guess, but when it comes to firepower, I think that's where they need to work on. And as for DRS, you know what? After a strong match, obviously it wasn't a good match right now in Sandhawk, but then again, they are undisputed, 74 points in the overall standings. They're still at the top here, but we're talking about just a 1-point gap here. Annie against Tribe AEROMACY. They're slowly catching up behind. We got NEPX Esports doing amazing as well. And again, we just have to point it out. During the playoffs, NEPX Esports finished at 13th. So this is a different face right now coming from NEPX.
Yeah, these guys are absolutely different in the Grand Finals. It's like they woke up, you know? I guess they were saving their energy in the playoffs. Yeah, I woke up and chose violence. Exactly. But yeah, well, NEPX absolutely surprising all of us. They knew back in the playoffs that all they needed to do was kind of get into the Grand Finals, and there they shone. They were shining like diamonds. But this is the top 5 eliminators. It's still Precious sitting at a number 1 and slowly climbing up and staying there, keeping themselves and the ranked number 1 of the best players. But on the other hand, yeah, that was a pretty good match number 3. We will be moving on to match number 4 later on. And well, the question is now, what will happen to our top 5 teams? They are very, very close in points. I believe top 1 and top 5 have a 6-point difference. So it's gonna be exciting. It's a whole lot of drama, and we're here for it.
Well, we saw a new name from the top 5 eliminators, and that would be Biambe Dada. We've seen him in action, in Sandhawk, and he's been getting a lot of elimination points, which is absolutely doing him good. The formula is working out for him and for the rest of the team. But yeah, I mean, it's a tight competition, just like what you said for the top 5 teams here. And I guess, the only goal is to finish at the podium. The best goal would be finishing at the top, right? But it's 2 slots for the PMSL, so everyone is really gearing up, very eager to prove themselves. Who is, or like which team is the hungriest, in terms of really being the superpower for the PMNC Fall South Asia? But we're going to answer that question, of course, the moment that we come back. So ladies and gents, please don't go away. We'll be taking a short break.
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot!
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first two-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive Switch firearm animation and Inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
Do you want to know why you should link more login methods to your account? If your designated login method stops working or your social media account gets hacked, you won't be able to log into the game and could even lose your game account entirely. However, if you have both a social media account and mobile number linked at the same time, that gives you an alternate login method, which also lets you remove the hacked Gukulin social media account immediately. To keep your account secure, please link a mobile number and email address in addition to your social media account. The first time you link a mobile number or email, you'll also get a reward. So there's no reason to hesitate. Add more Gukulinka login methods now and secure your account.
Well, we are back, and well, we just witnessed match number 3 with the big 3 getting picked off so early. So that just paved the way for a lot of small fishes to try to put a lot of points into their name on the leaderboards, and that was just something to be had in our previous map. And once again, this is 2025 PMNC South Asia Fall. We're your casters. My name is Annie, and a Red Queen is with me. We will be moving on to match number 4 in Erangel. So, well, what are your thoughts right now, Red Queen?
Well, there's really not much lead, for DRS. And there's a huge chance that NEPX can maybe also join into the mix, the fight between the DRS, Tribe AEROMACY at the top spot. So those are just some of the things that I really look forward to. I mean, who's going to be winning the fight? But we're down to 2 games here, Annie, 2 iconic maps. And yeah, I guess the question remains to be the same. I mean, who will take it this time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of good teams in the running, and I don't even have any bets yet because back in the playoffs, it was like Tribe AEROMACY. There's no question. But right now, there's a lot of questions and there's a lot of uncertainties. We have DRS suddenly popping off today in starting from match number 1, and I don't know. I mean, if they show the same consistency, maybe they can pretty much put a lot of gaps in points between them and Tribe AEROMACY. But right now, we're not seeing that consistency just yet. In fact, Tribe AEROMACY managed to climb all the way up to just a 1-point gap against a DRS. And of course, top number 3, NEPX, is lagging about in just a few points as well. And that goes the same with the top 4 and top 5. So there's a lot of things that could happen with just a snap of your finger. One wrong move or one really good game, we might be seeing a completely different set of leaderboards next. But with that, we will be starting with our match number 4 in Erangel. Once again, our flight path is going to come in a few seconds.
Yep, no significant gap. just yet. For all of the teams, especially those teams at the top spot. A lot of things can still happen. The leaderboard can still be shaken up. Reshuffling will definitely happen still. So we just have to wait and see. And you're right. It's still a make or break. One good game can definitely set up the pace here, and one bad game can even push you further down the leaderboard. So from now on, I think every team needs to be really cautious. They have to make sure that the execution will be flawless. They have to make a series of good decisions right here just to get that winner chicken dinner. You know what? For me, it doesn't even matter if you don't score the chicken dinner that much, just as long as you are pretty consistent in getting those elimination points. I think that's what really keeps you in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you right there. I mean, I've seen teams before. I've seen teams that got zero chicken dinners and still managed to put themselves up at
Mm-hmm.
like number one, number two, number three. And it's all about the consistency. Despite not winning the full game, if you're getting like 15 to 20 points each single game, you're pretty much just putting your name up in the leaderboards one after the other, especially if your opponents aren't that consistent either. But on the other hand, Circle's gonna come in a bit north towards the northeast, maybe Yasniala, Poliana, maybe Severny in the last few minutes, maybe even Rojok, but then again, that's something we'll be finding out real soon. But right now, we're just gonna chill. It's still stage number one of the circle, and everyone's still looting, and it doesn't seem that there's any early game engagements yet. We're not seeing anything popping up in the kill feed, and no one's taking any damage, so I guess we're gonna be chilling out for a while.
Mm-hmm. Man, okay, so DRS, Tribe AEROMACY, NEPX, these are your top three teams here. We can see some sort of slowdown coming from this three big names so far. And we do understand that because playing at a high octane pace can be exhausting. So, I mean, teams perhaps are trying to take it slow at some point at some point in the competition, but then again, the aggression still needs to be there. Obviously, DRS as well as Tribe AEROMACY, they need to get back in the game here. Getting those positions can be hard to defend, but that's the price of being at the top here. Everybody will try to gun you down. You have this big targets on your back here, and everyone will really make it hard for you to dominate. I mean, that's what you expect in an official tournament. So it's going to be interesting how DRS and Tribe AEROMACY can get back on track here. Just like what we mentioned earlier, NEPX is trailing right behind them. BLUZZ official, okay, maybe not their best day just yet, because yesterday they were able to get as high as second place in the overall rankings, and right now they are at top four. But when it comes to these four teams, um, they just get reshuffled, and I think we're gonna see a lot of those reshuffling to happen up until the end of day number two here in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, a lot of things can still change later on, even if we're still down to two more maps for today. And well, yeah, I mean, right now everyone's kind of just playing safe. You can tell by the number of minutes that each map takes. I think we're nearing 30 minutes each map, and that just goes to show how these guys are taking it so seriously. I mean, that prize pool is no joke, but again, there's also the prestige that comes in with a scoring really high in the PMNC and then potentially moving on to the PMSL as well. So with that, everyone's just trying to chill out. 4DM, however, nearby to Hidden Leaf Esports, there might be an engagement. There might not be, not because it looks like HLX has gone away from the area. I don't think they got the information that four death machines is kind of like lurking about in the same area. But you know what? Let's just wait and see because they don't have that information yet. No bullets coming in, so we'll just have to wait.
It's a hot and cold situation as well for T2K. We've seen them really have an explosive play a while ago, but right now we are looking for that same prowess, same energy, same tenacity for the matches here. But okay, since we are just at stage number one, perhaps they're still cooking it, so we're gonna let the boys cook for now. I'm also looking at for Death Machines. They're not a team to shy away from any engagement, but then again, they keep losing to gunfights, so perhaps something needs to change. One hit, I can say pretty much the same thing because we always see them get into a lot of battles, right? For every match, but they keep on losing. So again, I mean, if something is not working out for you, obviously you need to recalibrate your plan. You have to take in a lot of consideration in how you move inside the matches. Now we've seen a player get knocked down. That's coming from HLX, I believe. So I guess for Death Machines is openly calling them out for a fight.
Absolutely, that is pretty much a bunch of warning shots. But on the other hand, for Death Machines, not really committing to this just yet. And Hidden Leaf, they definitely not doing anything about it yet. They're kind of just in the same building. And yeah, I just noticed, yeah, Hidden Leaf, they like bunching up in the same area, enough that one good grenade kill pretty much wipes their whole team out. But I don't know. It works out for them. They're still at number 7 on the leaderboard. So you know what? I'm gonna cut them some slack and then let them do their thing
Mm-hmm.
because obviously something's working in their strategy. But on the other hand, Four Death Machines is still within the same area. Hidden Leaf's not doing anything about it. But on the other hand, 4DM as well, still biding their time and not really putting any other shots. Oh, SDMZ is going to come in as the third party as well.
Well, I guess for now, teams are, just taking it easy. They don't want to make any rush decisions. They don't want to be reckless at this point. Um, and that's exactly what is happening at the moment. But in the meantime, we're looking at real savages, and we did see some bullets being sent their way. So I do wonder if they're going to be taking up that bait. But first blood goes to Notsu with SKD. Right now, they're unleashing havoc up against VE. And they seem to be winning the fight because we can see that Notsu is actually wow. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, 1 point in the bag for Notsu, but that was such a like a crucial fight that just happened. Okay, mano e mano.
All right. I mean, the fist fight. I mean, it kind of caught me off guard because these guys. I mean, that was a lot of violence in their blood, but it worked out. It worked out definitely. And SKD's got to skedaddle out of there because they're getting eaten up by that play zone as well. So with that, they're gonna chill out. They're gonna be going up in the northeastern part of the map. But all the while, Nodzu already has 2 eliminations, so it's a good start for SKD. In fact, they have all the eliminations so far in this match. So you know what? It's a good start, and now we're waiting for potentially a third kill because there's a lot of potential rather engagement right now because everyone's kind of bunched up in the same place, especially over here on the northern part. We're still talking about all 16 teams is still standing. Unfortunately, even in minute number 8, we're not seeing any significant kind of kills, kind of engagement. So everyone's just playing it cool, playing it safe, and well, we're just waiting basically.
But I feel like there's gonna be a massive fight happening in school and Rozok area, perhaps. Okay, we'll just have to wait and see because a lot of teams are flocking in that particular spot. So perhaps we can see a fight happen in just a while. And we do see like a river right in between, or like getting included in the circle as well. So that could be a choke point of some sort for teams that will be passing through the bridge over to the eastern side. So that's one of the things that we have to watch out for. NEPX, however, getting some points. MAKPEN, we've got one player knocked down on the ground. Same thing goes for Rig of Tribe AEROMACY. And now this is an exchange that we have been waiting to see. DRS versus Tribe AEROMACY right now. We've got teammates turned rivals at this point. We've got 2 for Cyclone, and they continue to dominate, but there is another team trying to get into the mix here, Annie.
Ooh, SDMZ joining the fray. It's a third party, but there's also real savages hovering about like vultures and just trying to see if there are any stray kills in the bag. But Killer YT gets 1 from the side of SDMZ. Haiti in their car. Yeta throwing that grenade, but unfortunately it's not gonna be a finisher. Oh, Haiti's in trouble. That's a finisher. Killer YT gets their second kill all of a sudden, but it's not over just yet. It's definitely not safe outside of this building in Severny. There's SDMZ to worry about. Tribe AEROMACY suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth, from the face of the minimap rather. And well, RS, they're kind of hovering about. PMB's nearby, but I don't know if they're gonna be going about trying to join this fray because well, it's quite a mess. But all the while, NEPX and MAKPEN also have their own story to tell somewhere out there. One hit and ASL as well, so it's quite a messy situation right now.
Yeah, Tribe obviously heavily damaged at the moment, so DRS, this could be, you know, like a way for them to keep the lead. But then again, there's also NEPX Esports and BLUZZ officials still, even Real Savages maybe can catch up, you know, to DRS. But then again, we'll just have to wait and see up until we finish this match in Erangel, the final Erangel, by the way, for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. We're looking at ASL. And right now, Jane is slowly recovering from the damage he had received, you know, from the teams. But map feed, we got at least 30% of water over here. So space is limited. T2K, they do have a compound here. They could probably go up against for YLC since they are making their way in. Tribe AEROMACY coming from the south part area. Same thing goes for MAKPEN. HLX pretty close with BAGH Esports. Everyone will have to meet in the middle. But NEPX, I think they're going to have, you know, like a fight here at the edge of the zone.
Absolutely, and it's quite messy. And already, there's a lot of things happening in the kill feed, but unfortunately, it's still 55 players. Okay, 54 now. Now, so many people are getting finished off right now. ESL versus BAGH. It's quite the fight, actually, and we're looking at, I mean, 2 last players in BAGH. Okay, that's a red over 4. YONKO looking at loses Zoro as well as Fearless gets knocked down. Chari all of a sudden in ASL. Okay, that's a lot of sprays coming in from Joker YT, but it's not gonna be hitting. Okay, Peak got picked off. For Killmonger taking a lot of damage from Joker YT. I love the spot that they've chosen. They haven't been spotted yet, and the 4DM has to worry about Navis. So it's a really good situation to be for Joker YT right now.
Oh, man. Tribe AEROMACY losing their momentum, I can say. They're down to their last player, NEPX. Now climbed up another spot here, getting at second place at 75 points in total. But again, we're looking to see if they can follow through. Even if, you know, like the odds are working out for them at this moment, everything can still change because we are just at stage 3 here. So the pace is really dictated by the circle. BAGH Esports getting picked off as well. We got Peika getting shut down, buried 6 feet under by pressures of NEPX, and now we already have a total of 6 points in the bag. We got Claw getting most of the numbers.
And look at that on the leaderboards. Tribe AEROMACY has been pushed all the way to number 3. NEPX clinching that number 2 spot, and well, there's a possibility they can even overtake DRS depending on how this match will turn out. So just a lot of changes that will be had ever since day 1 of the Grand Finals has ended. Well, Tribe AEROMACY, they definitely have to rethink what they've been doing so far, because whatever they were doing in the playoffs and day number 1, it's not working out anymore in day number 2. And day number 3, they're gonna have to worry about what they're gonna do. They can't afford to let DRS and NEPX continue to kind of take away their number 1 spot. But on the other hand, well, right now in the present, we're looking at 1 hit. Finds 4DM. Ooh, Destro takes a lot of damage, but manages to hang on to a sliver of their life.
Okay, that was a close call, though. That was a close call. So, I mean, it's so fortunate for him to get behind that concrete wall just in the nick of time. So he was able to dodge those bullets. So he's still alive and kicking. He's safe for now. 2 points for Real Savages. And I feel like they're just probably going around Severny area, probably checking out, you know, teams that are close to them within proximity. I saw DRS just moments ago here, and well, looking at the situation, they already have 4 elims and they're looking to get some more, and I feel like they have their eyes set on NEPX Esports this time.
And we'll be watching out for the rest of the teams. ERS hunting about. Oh, there's ASC out in the corner. They're definitely trying to play it safe. Okay, there we have it. AST will be losing their place in a wrangle. Oh, it's quite unfortunate for their side. I mean, they're not having a good time in day number 2. Hopefully, we're seeing a better day number 3, better days, for Tribe AEROMACY. But on the other hand, for the rest of the teams, this is definitely a time to kind of catch up to the big money, to the big names in here. But we see Nave took a lot of damage. 1 hit. Still waiting about for the right moment to strike. MAKPEN Uncle still the last person alive, using up this same kind of strategy, stay in the circle. And well, that guy was a sitting duck. Anish gets that last kill, and MAKPEN will be saying goodbye.
Somebody went fishing, that is for sure. But a little boo-boo that just happened here. Killmonger's nade actually took down his teammate. So this could mean disaster for death for death machines here. Cole took a hit as well. Now he's down on the ground. It's all up to Killmonger to dictate the pace of this match, but he prioritized getting his teammate picked up at this point. So let's see if he can actually make it just in time. So I guess this will push through. So it's gonna be a 2v4. Oh no. Okay, that was the end of the line for them.
Oh, well, that was a decision made, and well, they've dug their grave for that. But then, if it had worked out, it would have been good. But on the other hand, Cool just was way too cool for that. He manages to get the kill, pretty much put the rest of their team on the lobby. But on the other hand, BLUZZ officials still alive. 1 hit right outside of their door. Grenades coming in, not coming up in the kill feed, however. But on the other hand, Domain finds Igneous from T2K. Question is, will T2K round once again, or will that previous map just be their last really good game? And well, on the other hand, we're going to be watching out for the rest of the teams. How will they be playing out these last few minutes of the Rango map? Oh, a hit takes a hit from Walk. Did not watch their backs. That was not a good move to go. But grenades coming in. 1 hit is definitely getting hit. That's a knockdown on their side. One after the other. They're falling, and SDMZ all the while off camera gets eliminated off. We're down to 10 teams.
Can they be the one-hit wonder up against BLUZZ officials? But okay. I don't think so. Oh yeah, they did. Okay, they were able to eliminate BLUZZ official. 1 hit actually survived and became victorious from that clash. So I guess we'll see them play in the end zone. We're looking at ASL at the moment, and 3 elimination points in the bag for them as well. Jane is sticking close to the edge of the circle here. They do have the opportunity though to gatekeep teams that will be headed towards that entry point, but they have to keep a close eye on RS, Real Savages, right behind them. So that's a potential fight as well, but this is an opportunity for them to assume points since VE is just about ready to get inside the zone. But T2K, we got rules down on the ground. What would T2K Esports do at this point?
And well, we're 19 minutes into the game. T2K is still up in 3 eliminations, but the good thing is they're still alive to kind of make their own name for the rest of this game. So chance they could get the winner chicken dinner. But then again, we're still looking at DRS, NEPX, RS, HLX even, and ASL with a full squad. But on the other hand, speaking of full squad, 1 hit is definitely down to their last 1 player. Oh, there we have it. That's a full elimination. All of a sudden, we're down to 7 teams and 25 players left in the game. And hit a leaf while they're still alive, and there's ASL nearby. This might be a commitment to an engagement. Let's see what Liquid is gonna do right now.
I like what I'm seeing from HLX at the moment. So consistency is there, but then again, I think it's too early to say anything just yet because DRS is still there, NEPX is still there, and they're a complete squad, except for Nave. I guess this is the only team that's down to their last player, but DRS, NEPX, RS, HLX, ASL, T2K, They're all a complete squad here, so it's gonna be exciting end zone, I guess, for our final E-Wrangle this evening. I mean, these are all big names, from all regions.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys just keep popping up in each tournament, and they've done a really good job putting their names up on their respective regions. And right now, we're gonna be seeing, the fruits of their labors, seeing them kind of come up in the PMNC and putting a name to themselves. On the other hand, T2K. I mean, these guys are great, but they might not be having a good time right now. They're having a hard time kind of catching up to everyone else. So they have Jiggle God on their crosshairs. Ajay over here spots a real savage. NEPX is still alive. Domain definitely needs to heal up, however, but they're doing quite well with 7 eliminations already. And in fact, they're 1 point away from overtaking NEPX. Okay, Spree's coming in. Jiggle God gets knocked down by Ajaya. Quickly moves back. Tries to get another angle on Real Savages.
T2K tried to manage 2 teams here, but I think right now they're focusing all of their energy up against RS at the moment, since they do have that leverage up against this team. And now we got Ajaya making a move up against RS. We got a DBS for Ajaya, but that was such a great move from T2K, hence dominating the fight here. But Jimmy is still alive, and he could potentially, of course, avenge his fallen comrades. But then again, he is all out there alone, and Rules just nailed that shot, getting the point for himself.
And this is an interesting last 5 teams. This is a whole full squads. All of these guys, they are C2K, HLX, ASL, NEPX, pretty big names too. So I actually have no idea who's gonna win this. It could go any which way. But right now, T2K Ruts, not a big fan of their position right now, but it's working out. They're still blending in into their surroundings, so I suppose it works out just right for them. But on the other hand, DRS, alive. Okay, 2K, this is gonna be a bit messy. ASL right outside as well, out in the open. Ignis throwing grenade. Will it hit someone? That's a question, because right now it's not going to be hitting. Oh, Ignis with a sliver of their lives, literally 1 HP, manages to get away with their lives.
This is going to be pandemonium, for ASL, T2K, and even NEPX. Obviously, a cleanup is definitely going to happen here. DRS is holding on to that compound right down there in the middle of the map. So I think they just have to really put up a very good defense. But in the meantime, we're looking at T2K Esports, and they're all blooded up. Ignis down on the ground. Rules already out. So it's Ajay and Master Zerdy right now making it happen for T2K. They're going up against ASL. Ignis taking in some damage still, but Jane got knocked down on the ground hard by DRS.
Gonna be watching out, because there's a lot of great teams here. Okay, Ajaya, few seconds left before Ignis can get revived. Okay, they managed to stay alive. Okay, Ignis gets knocked down immediately. Okay, interesting. Okay, NEPX in the crosshairs. Mr. Zerdy. NEPX cooking up a grenade, throwing it up. Will it hit Mr. Zerdy? Doesn't seem that way. Well, we have to worry about ASL right behind them. That's what the smokes are for, but it's gonna be a pretty hard situation to be in. And all the while, DRS is kind of like staying here in their building. And, well, it's a fortress of their own. They already have 5 eliminations, and they're still a full squad, so it's working out for them. Right now, it's T2K and NEPX and ASL. They're kind of a little bit disadvantaged when they're just 3 people on their team. Okay, there we have it. ASL, I think they're having a bit of a problem. They're definitely being targeted right now. Okay, Gangsta gets Ajaya. Mr. Zerdy, crosshairs out, but not gonna be a knockdown just yet. Oh, there we have it. T2K. Oh my gosh. There we have it. Goodbye, T2K.
I mean, they're right down there in the middle of ASL and NEPX, so it was really hard to be in that spot. Imagine 2 teams are actually gunning you down. So still kudos, for trying to kill. And I think they were able to bag a lot of points, for this round, which is working out for them. DRS, again, it's a prime location where they're staying at. and they just have to wait, for all the teams here to finish up the job. They don't really have to do anything because since they are in the middle, they don't really have that much pressure to perform. All they need to do is just really wait it out.
Yep, definitely waiting it out because, I mean, it's a slow burn kind of game despite a lot of things happening because 25 minutes into the game, 13 stubborn players. Okay, Joker takes a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. NEPX is still lounging about, Joker hiding behind a tree, and that circle is kind of favoring DRS once again. Okay, Precious takes a lot of damage, still managed to get away. Okay, there we have it. That's a knockdown, and that's a finisher by the hands of Joker. That's great. And Gangsta, they have a chance to get a second life right now. But, well, NEPX, they might be changing the story depending on how they play the cards right now.
Honestly, HLX does pose a chance to maybe flush out DRS from that compound. They're the only team that could probably do that because since DRS is busy trying to deal business with NEPX and even ASL, so this could be hard for DRS to maintain. But we all know how crazy they can get inside the battlefield, so let's see how they're gonna play this one out. NEPX Esports slowly getting close to the real soldiers. We got Domain knocked down on the ground, however, so they need to pick him up just to make sure that they have enough firepower to go up against the likes of DRX and even HLX, at this point. It's a whopping 40% chance of getting that winner chicken dinner, followed by a 30% chance coming from HLX. But right now we can see NEPX getting a lot of damage, getting beaten down by DRS. Joker is now knocked down on the ground. Confirmation coming through. He is out of the game.
Ooh, oh my gosh, and it looks like NEPX is gonna be in a little bit of trouble, especially with Killer White Ski having their targets right on them. Okay, Hidden Leaf is still up and about. That's 3 players in their team. Okay, grenades coming in, not gonna be hitting DRS just yet, but Hidden Leaf is definitely trying. So numbers advantage right now is with DRS. So they have the biggest chance on bagging this winner chicken dinner. But on the other hand, HLX and NEPX, they're all playing their cards carefully. They're not gonna be going down without a fight. They want those placement points, even if they're kind of disadvantaged. Okay, Domain falls first. Rex is still alive. Once Rex goes down, it's gonna be over for NEPX.
Yeah, okay, let's see what Rex is going to do in this situation. He's right behind that tree waiting for that right opening, but unfortunately, Example has his eyes set on him, and it was a quick one. He's pretty fast with the trigger right there, getting the point. Now, it's down to DRS versus HLX, the two teams for the final round here. DRS still maintains their position inside the compound, so it's going to be interesting what kind of performance, HLX is going to show us on how to take out DRS. But so far, everything is working out for the side of DRS.
Absolutely. So DRS is definitely. I mean, there's still a 4-man team, but on the other hand, HLX is 3. And okay, we have Yetta going on their part. They're going on the aggressive, but Yetta is gonna take a lot of damage on their side. But on the other hand, Frag gotta be releasing their information. Okay, there we have, walks right into a grenade, but still manages to keep their life. Okay, that was pretty lucky on their side. They didn't walk into certain death. On the other hand, Liquid cooking up a grenade. Yetta on the crosshairs. There was a grenade gonna pop up in a few seconds, but on the other hand, well, it's just Yetta being aggressive right now.
Okay, this is a trade-off situation between these two teams. I mean, we can already feel the pressure from the side of HLX. They know they have to hit it big, but we're talking about DRS. Again, one of the biggest threats that we have inside this competition, and they're actually doing good, really showing us what they got, really showing us their dominance at this moment. 57% chance of bagging the chicken dinner. All they need to do is just really be patient and play their cards right. We got Liquid on screen, trying to cook up that nade, trying to flush them out, but did not connect.
Okay, here we have it. Liquid throwing that grenade. Will it hit Yuta? Oh, it did not. DRS, they're still keeping themselves alive, and HLX having quite a hard time trying to put a dent against their squad. But on the other hand, DRS is also having time taking down HLX, finally getting their chicken dinner. But Frag falls first. It's gonna be a turning point, I believe. Okay, Sprays coming in by example, finally revealing their location. Grenades coming in, Liquid right behind them. Okay, just all of a sudden. That's it, guys. DRS Gaming glitches that winner chicken dinner, and that puts a lot of points to their name. And well, the question is now, how does the leaderboard look after this match?
That is the power of the real soldiers, proving to us that they are highly decorated soldiers when it comes to PUBG, and that is quite a flex right there. I love the rotations. I loved how accurate they are when it comes to throwing all of those nades and just really gaining that momentum. And at the end, they were the ones who took 2 chicken dinners for tonight. Can they make it 3 though before we end day number 2 here, Annie?
Well, that's completely possible, especially if we're talking about GRS. They had a good game. They had a good run in this day number 2, putting points after points after points, having really good games, even overtaking Tribe AEROMACY sudden. And well, they're putting a considerable gap against NEPX as well. So that's something that we're gonna be seeing later on. But for now, well, congratulations once again to DRS for getting the spotlight once again. They managed to survive with their full squad towards really what helped them, come up victorious. And I actually just remembered that their last winner chicken dinner was also in Erangel, and they held the same area the whole time as well, and that just helped them out tremendously. So these guys are pretty lucky when in Erangel. So something I just noticed.
Oh man, DRS only goes to show that you cannot really take them out just yet. The silent confidence that we were talking about, right at the beginning of the match, it's oozing from them, and I feel like they're ready to take this one home. It's been a cool, and brutal rivalry between them and Tribe AEROMACY, but judging on like the performance we are seeing right now for DRS, they've already created quite a gap, between them and Tribe AEROMACY. It's not much just yet, definitely Tribe can still catch up, even NEPX, even BLUZZ official. So let's see. I mean, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fascinating, especially for the viewers, for the fans, for the supporters, because again, this is the kind of a back and forth situation that we love to see coming from our favorite teams. Again, it's a tug of war still. DRS with the match standings here, 21 points in total. We got NEPX with 13, tied up with ASL. But as for those teams that did not do particularly well for this match, it's Tribe, it's 4 Death Machines, MAKPEN again, and SDMZ.
And with that, we're going to be seeing the overall standings. DRS Gaming on 95 points. That's 12 points away from NEPX Esports. A good gap. And you can see that's a 3-hole winner chicken dinners. These guys are absolutely insane. And of course, NEPX with number 2, 83 points. That's a 10-point gap from Tribe AEROMACY, which is pretty good as well. Pretty good performance coming in. And number 3, number 4, number 5, this is where the real, because they're each 1 point away from each other. Tribe AEROMACY, Real Savages, BLUZZ officials, and a Hidden Leaf is down at 60 points, but there's still a chance that there'll be an overtake. And of course, these are the second pagers. There's still a chance that some of these teams can kind of like pop up, especially if they have a really good game. But right now, it's kind of like consistently not really putting a lot of points in. And we're in day number 2. There's only one map left before day number 3, so it's a little bit hard. But okay, we have not just finally get dethroned by DRS's Killer YT.
I mean, T2K after 2-3 games, they're still pretty much a non-mover at number 10. So I don't know. I'm waiting to see how T2K is going to replicate the same energy when they actually scored a double-digit elims, in one of the matches that we've had for today. So I'm waiting on that one to happen. Killer YT takes over the number 1 spot when it comes to being one of the top 5 eliminators here. Precious, Claw, Domain. We got Rig as well. Again, these are the usual suspects. And now that we are about, of course, to enter the last game for day number 2 of the Grand Finals, just like what you mentioned, those teams at the top creating significant lead up against those teams that are part of the second page. So they will have to exert a lot of effort, just to make sure that they improve, that they remain competitive, at this point. But what's it going to take, for those teams at the second page to be able to catapult themselves at the top? So I don't know here. I don't know about that, Annie.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard, especially if, you're going up against all these big names in the page number 1. And, well, they only have 6 chances left after this. So it's going to be a little bit hard. We're already past the halfway mark of the Grand Finals. And, well, if you're not already in page number 1, it might be a little bit hard to catch up. But then again, miracles do happen. There might be a dark horse all of a sudden going 6 matches in a row with the winner chicken dinner. But, it's going to be a far cry of that. But then again, once again, that was match number 4. We will be moving on to match number 5 after this. But we will be taking a short break before that. So for those of you tuning in, thank you so much. And we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
That's gonna cut the Lord!
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first two-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive Switch firearm animation and Inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
Do you want to know why you should link more login methods to your account? If your designated login method stops working or your social media account gets hacked, you won't be able to log into the game and could even lose your game account entirely. However, if you have both a social media account and mobile number linked at the same time, that gives you an alternate login method, which also lets you remove
2 chicken dinners now for DRS. They got the lead, they got the throne, and they got the moves, to take out anyone that will stand in their way. Welcome back to the PMNC South Asia Fall. My name is Red Queen together with Annie, and we are about to serve the final WWCD in Miramar.
Absolutely, and we all love Miramar, we already know what to expect. It might be a drawn-out game. And there's a lot of camping to be had, especially since we've noticed that the players are playing very, very cautiously. And while we understand, we completely understand, we are in a very prestigious tournament after all. And well, that prize pool is no joke either. So, you know what, guys, just chill out. This is gonna be Miramar. Lots of snipes, lots of vehicles, lots of rotations, and definitely nothing green in the desert. So, well, there's going to be a lot of patience later on, and let's see how this game will be affecting the leaderboards later on.
Yep, and if you missed on all of the action that just happened, for the first 4 games, okay, DRS already took 2 chicken dinners, for today's matches, so I'm waiting to see if they can actually go for the third one today. That could be amazing. And just getting back to what you just mentioned a while ago, everyone's being cautious. They don't really want to make any more rush decisions. So I feel like there's less pressure on those teams that are, on the first page. So I feel like they're going to slow it down. They're going to take it easy, not unless if they would want to really catch up, with the numbers, make up for some losses during the previous matches. If they really want to maintain the lead, I feel like they're still going to be aggressive. But I feel like it's going to be extra aggressive, for those teams at second page, because, well, they need every elimination point and they need every map right now to stay competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about the last 6 matches in the Grand Finals. That's definitely a bit of, pressure coming in. But yeah, this day number 2 is about to end. And, well, anything that has been, pulling them down in today's 5 matches, they definitely have to go ahead and check the stream once again, try to see where things went wrong, and they have to study their opponents really well because, well, it's gonna be their last chance tomorrow. Miramar right now, I mean, it's gonna be a bit of fatigue already because we're already down to the last 5 matches. It's been like I don't know 2 to 3 hours already, and well, these teams. I mean, their morale might be going up and going down depending on which teams you are. But right now, not one team is like showing up like complete consistency. So this grand finals, it can still go any which way. So we're all for it. We're all for it. Trying to see how this is all gonna end up.
Well, just like what Taylor Swift said, right? You got to shake it off, right? If you came from a bad game, you just have to really stay committed to that mindset we're in. It's a fresh start. You know, you could probably do all the great things that you have in your head, you know, to execute them flawlessly. It's going to happen just as long as you remain positive. And it's really hard to do. You know, sometimes a bad attitude or like a bad emotion can definitely affect your gameplay, and we have no place for that one, especially playing inside a tournament. You just have to keep your composure. That is the best way to describe it. And it's interesting since, you know, Tribe AEROMACY, their momentum has been slowing down a bit, so I do wonder if again their energy is going to come back, you know, for the final round, day number 2. I mean, we started the day with them being at the top spot here, but right now DRS is slowly gaining that lead. So again, you know, most of the fans out there is really keeping tabs on this rivalry alone.
Absolutely. And we are all for it. We're kind of just watching all these teams go up against each other and trying to see what kind of story they're going to be cooking up in this grand finals, because there's definitely a lot of things happening, a lot of teams to look out for. But right now, that circle's going to be smack in the middle of Miramar. There's a lot of teams that won't have to worry about. Actually, all of these teams don't really have to worry about rotating because everyone else is kind of just quite nearby on the circle. So gonna be all about the skills, about the positioning, about the gun, the gun skills for these teams because. Well, it's gonna be the last map for day number 2. Day number 3, that's where all the pressure is gonna be. They're gonna have to kind of calm down after this because there was definitely a lot of surprises that happened in these last 4 maps. So right now, NEPX potentially might find an early game engagement, but it doesn't seem to be that. It doesn't seem to be, turning into a real fight. Everyone's kind of just looting the place up, and well, Extreme from BAGH might be walking in to NEPX. Let's see if something happens right now.
Los Leones is absolutely highly populated. We got 4 teams in there, so that's again a pandemonium waiting to happen. And coming off the kill feed, oh, early engagement though for Tribe AEROMACY, and they did lose one of their members. So again, not a very good start for Tribe. And we were talking about, just how important setting up the momentum and the dominance, for each of the matches here. And again, Tribe AEROMACY at a deficit here, 1 member out of the game. I just don't know if we can see them play through the end zones, for this final match. And getting back to what we were discussing moments ago, again, DRS being at the top here, NEPX, AST. I'm looking still at Nave, MAKPEN, SDMZ over here, 1 hit. The bottom 5 teams that we have so far. When are they going to pop off?
Absolutely, that's the question right now. I mean, they are. They don't really have a lot of chances anymore because we're already down to like a few more games left. So, if they want to pop off, they have to do it starting now. Otherwise, it'll just be gonna be hard to try to climb up the leaderboards and try to climb up, the prize pool as well. It's going to be a little bit hard. But right now, well, they're sitting at where they are in the leaderboards, and they're going to have to deal with that unless they want to change something. They definitely need to change something there, whether it's a strategy or perhaps kind of like positioning or anything like that. Their drop-off points, even anything. Or maybe they can even like study the streams, study how their opponents will work, and then perhaps like turn the tides around, try to use knowledge against everyone else. But yeah, of course, that's all that they're gonna be doing right now. Everyone's just like doing things with the cards that they have right now. And well, speaking of cards, it looks like ASC already lost their one player. RS did go in with only three players in the lobby. So let's just see how that works out for them. So watching out, abrupt players with a tribe Ermacy at a distance.
There was also like a change in drop location in terms of DRS. I mean, usually they hang around Achado de Patron, and right now they dropped around San Martin. So maybe this is a different approach, for DRS. But in the meantime, we're looking at MAKPEN. Okay, we have been waiting for this team to actually do something about their current overall position. They do have a vantage point over here. They are setting up a trap. They are eager to call out anyone to come up and challenge them, for a fight. But nobody's responding. MAKPEN needs to really take their aggression on the next level here. They need to take the win, by brute force if they actually need to. Right now, really staying passive, it's not really going to work out for them. So I feel like they really have to chase the numbers. That is if, of course, if they still want to improve their rankings. Right now, we're looking at them. They only have a total of 14 points. So it's going to take a long journey for MAKPEN to recover from this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 14 points. I believe they started day number two with just 9 points, and after that, their 5 points came from placement points of all things. So, well, they did survive that long, but on the other hand, will they survive the grand finals? It's gonna be a little bit hard, especially since directly Nave is gonna be above them with like a significant amount of points. And speaking of Nave and SDMZ, they both traded off players and got knocking them down, but not gonna be a finish. Okay, Nave throwing in some grenades, putting in some bullets. Agent spots them from a distance. Okay, Doom falls from the side of Nave. Agent tried to put those sprays in, but it's not going to be resulting into knock them all now. Susly falls, but it's not going to be confirmed yet. Jimmy is still alive out there. Okay, will it be a good hit? Okay, there we have it. Nave gets eliminated off by the hands of SDMZ.
But here's another point, though. In terms of performance, nobody goes home with nothing, right? I mean, if you can't still dominate, well, you just have to take down notes. This is where, like, resiliency is going to get rewarded because, well, in order for you to really improve on your games is that you take down all of the mistakes, you analyze it, and then you apply, those improvements in the next tournaments to come. And that's where you actually learn. That's where you develop a lot of skills that you need to be able to be at the top next time. But we're looking at NEPX at the moment. We did see them challenge up a team, but I don't think they're going to respond as well. It's too early, maybe, right? This is not the perfect time just yet for all of those teams to get into their position and load up their guns and have a gunfight. So perhaps we will be really, maybe chilling for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like in the spirit of Miramar, there's a lot of chilling. So yeah, we're gonna be kicking up our
For a
feet
place
maybe.
that is hot.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think at Sandhawks where you're gonna be like relaxing. No, definitely not here. It's Miramar that you're gonna be kicking your feet up for maybe 20 minutes before anything significant really happens. And we're talking day two of the grand finals. These guys are taking this thing seriously. So they're gonna be really careful, and we've seen that from previous games coming up almost 13 minutes already. So, well, everyone's just slowly rotating into place, taking their space, taking their positions, and well, we're still seeing 58 players and a 15 teams still standing. We're gonna be nearing the 10-minute mark, so well, it's gonna be a long game, of course. That's something to expect in Miramar, and even more since, well, these guys are taking this seriously.
You know what? I thought I was we were gonna witness a fight happen in Los Leones. I mean, we did see four teams drop in that area, but I guess Los Leones is really big enough, to house 3 to 4 teams in a match. Okay, so that's one of the surprises, at least for stage one. And now looking at the situation, Power Grid. Okay, this is the place to be for Tribe AEROMACY. I don't think there's a team that will be challenging them for now, although I see a lot of teams passing by. So I guess everyone is in a hurry, of course, to get into a better location. Of course, when it comes to Miramar, the high ground is always an advantage. It will always be an advantage, and everyone needs to really take a very good spot, for the whole team.
Absolutely. They definitely have to do something about this situation, especially with real savages being sandwiched between I can't quite see. I think that's BLUZZ and HLX nearby. So, well, pretty big fishes surrounding you. That's something not to be, taken for granted. But over here, T2K is still alive within the edge of this blue zone. Okay, SDMZ versus BLUZZ. That's a one knockdown on the side of BLUZZ. So, I mean, they can still go ahead and get that revive, but then again, that just means things are about to get serious, especially with a lot of these teams rotating into this stage 3 circle, I believe. Stage 3 circle coming in, and we're just gonna have to wait until things pop up on the kill feed. But right now, everyone's just kind of playing it safe.
DRS already headed to the middle of the map, so that is a power position once again, ladies and gents. It does have elevation that I guess they can utilize. So let's see how many points they will be able to set up on the board here, or just like if that formula is going to work out for them. But anyway, we're looking at T2K, and Ajaya is non-stop spraying on this one player, but it seems to me like, okay, he's been giving some damage, but still not enough to take him out just yet. I mean, it's making it hard, for him, especially there's a smoke hiding that player, so I guess that is one great strategy. Even though they don't really, I mean, that player doesn't really have that much option to begin with, but he is remaining his composure in this situation. So Ajaya and the rest of T2K, I feel like they're already tanking the blue. And when it comes to Miramar, you don't really want to overextend your stay in the blue zone.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just chipping away at your health for no reason. And, well, the good thing is you have to stay within the play zone because, well, any kind of points counts, and you have to save your healing items for the late game as well. But right now, I don't think people are really worrying about that just yet. T2K just at the edge of the next stage of the circle, so you're just gonna be lounging about, hoping that they can get some gatekeeps in the bag. But I believe there's like a lot of people already within the circle, so it's not really needed. But of course, they don't have that information. On the other hand, NEPX versus 4 YONKO Lucky Cats, possible engagement, but no initiation, no commitment. But on the other hand, SDMZ and 4DM, I think something's happening. Killmonger gets wiped out, and that's a fall on one side. 4DM loses one player, and well, for everything else, we're just kind of waiting for something to happen, especially here with NEPX and 4 YONKO Lucky Cats.
Okay, at least on the minimap, we can see that, two teams are pretty close to one another. So we're just really waiting for them to decide if this is the right time for them to actually engage. But yes, I mean, we're looking at NEPX at the moment, and they do know that there is a team right in front of them. But to really patiently wait, for that right opportunity, of course, that's the time you have to seize it. I mean, timing is always key. So again, at this point, they don't really want to be reckless. They don't want to go for any rush decisions. So I guess being cautious will really help, get them to the last stages here. Unfortunate though for Pekka as well as Mafia of SKD. Well, I think they are getting gunned down at the moment, and that's a confirmation. Two of them knocked out of the game.
Absolutely, and well, it's quite unfortunate, especially since you have to deal with a lot of other players. But on the other hand, there was a lot of sprays coming in, but unfortunately, not really much say with the eliminations. I mean, Extreme and He to have two, I mean, one elimination each. Okay, Anish gets one as well, so that's pretty good. Wraith goes down from the side of SDMZ. Okay, putting some sprays on, but it's quite a long way to go. I don't know if they can get this elimination in the bag, but they can definitely try. But on the other hand, okay, here we have it. T2K versus TRS. Oh, there we have it. Ruts takes a lot of damage, and it's not gonna be showing into the kill feed just yet, but TRS definitely. They're gonna get away with this, and it doesn't seem that they're gonna be taking this engagement against T2K. On the other hand, it's a 4DM that's actually gonna be shooting at the Ruts.
I'm missing a player here. T2K Tutu Love. Oh, okay. Is this still part of the team? Okay, if anyone, you guys out there can let me know in the comment section, that would be very helpful. But anyway, okay, so DRS, we got one of them knocked down on the ground. Same thing goes for one hit. They're up against Royal Savages at the moment. So we have simultaneous fights happening in Miramar. We got T2K still doing a massive spray here. Real Savages, though, at a deficit. We only have 3 players here. And Biambi was able to take down 2, but they're up against Tribe AEROMACY. So this is going to be an interesting fight.
Absolutely. Okay. Real Savages, despite having only 3 people in the lobby, they still managed to get that 2 eliminations. Okay, it doesn't seem that they're going to be engaging up against Tribe AEROMACY. But on the other hand, BAGH ESPORTS, seemingly, they've been pretty aggressive over here, and that's working out for them as well. Okay, T2K gets 1, gets 2. Cool falls in their hands. An example falls from somewhere out there, gets finished off by Thabs. That's quite unfortunate. DRS is down to 2 players. There's a chance that NEPX, if they have a good game, they can overtake DRS. Okay, Killer Whitey is still alive. Let's see what Mr. Zerdy is gonna do about this.
Okay, here he goes. Cooking up a nade here, getting ready to throw up against Killer YT. And yes, it was very much on point. And now we got Killer YT down on bended knees here. Igneous was the one who sealed off the deal, getting the point. And now we got 4 elims, you know, for T2K. Trained to Kill, doing an amazing job so far. Real Savages continues to dominate up against SDMZ. This time, even though there are only 3 players, I think it's not much of a struggle for them. They are, however, taking in some damage, but I guess, you know, when it comes to like the defense and offense, Real Savages is pretty much accurate.
Absolutely, pretty accurate on their part. Okay, 1 hit. It's just Thabs, that's all that's left. And they're hanging on to dear life, but unfortunately the place that they're holding on to isn't going to be favored by the circle, so they're going to have to move like later on. But on the other hand, ASL, ooh, that's an elimination. That's actually 1 hit, finally finding their last hit and moving on to the lobby. On the other hand, ASL, okay, sprays against MAKPEN. This is gonna be pretty bad. Really want MAKPEN to kind of at least get a point here, because they're kind of suffering in terms of the leaderboards. But on the other hand, Gangster definitely will not care about that. They need those eliminations for themselves as well. Okay, Jane coming in to the front lines, taking a lot of damage on the other hand. Okay, grenades coming in. Jane healing up. And, well, this is gonna be a 4 versus 1. I don't know what they're gonna do about this.
MAKPEN can't catch a break. We got ASL Jane challenging them up, but it was such a great shot coming from MAKPEN, and now they do have a slight advantage up against ABRUPT players, but of course they will have to show us consistency. We got 2 ASL charging up. Charity Joker both down on the ground, so MAKPEN can actually win this one. But then again, BLUZZ official coming up from behind, and this now makes a 3-way battle.
Alright, okay, just watching it out, playing it out. Okay, BLUZZ official might potentially steal the kills away from ABRUPT Slayers. But on the other hand, well, someone almost got picked off from the side of MAKPEN. Okay, we're gonna be seeing something good here. But on the other hand, Gangsta 1 versus 1. Gangsta walks away with their lives. Oh, but on the other hand, that was a revenge kill by Yete from MAKPEN. Well, that was pretty poetic if I say so myself. Okay, Gyro is crawling on the ground and gets finished off by Skywalker, I believe. And there we have it. Okay, no, it's Biambi that finished off Gyro, I believe. And well, BLUZZ officials are walking away with three players only, but they do have four eliminations already. And they see real savages from a distance. Might be another engagement we're seeing.
Gangsta be like, I didn't choose the Thug Life. Thug Life chose me. But then gets shut down at the ground. So it's still a great effort, though. 11 teams remaining for stage 5. T2K Rose. Oh, man. Got taken down by Zoro coming off the kill feed. But there may be a little time still for DRS to pick up. Oh, not DRS. For that team to pick up their teammate. But we're looking at BLUZZ officials. Again, Gyro already out of the game as well, but there's still a 4-man squad here. They're cooking up a nade, getting ready to throw up against real savages. But, whoo, man, what a throw coming from RS. However, Axie down on the ground in an instant.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this is kind of messy. Okay. Real savages. Ooh, Jiggle Gun falls. Oh, Skywalker on the red. TMG8 very low on health. Okay, Biambi finally takes down BLUZZ officials. But on the other hand, Wokai still alive. Coming in as the backup, and it works out. Aras gets wiped out by the hands of BLUZZ officials. That's absolutely crazy. The backup came in just in time.
We're not exactly sure what happened with their 4th man, but I would consider that an unfortunate event, for real savages, because that's a lost opportunity right there. But anyway, okay, 10 teams, stage 5 still. We got Trix. I don't know if he's disconnected. Is he taken out? Is he still with us? I'm not exactly sure, but we can see that Rig is doing a little bit of that tap and fire up against the team here. I believe that would be HLX, and now we're looking like quite a clear view of where they are exactly. For DM, okay, in the middle, we got Yonkons coming from the northeastern side. Same thing goes for NEPX, now making their way in. We got Tribe AEROMACY still, a complete squad as well. So, oh no, 3 members. One of them already taken out, but they still haven't gotten any points just yet for this final match.
And to think that they got pushed down all the way to number 5 after being finishing day number 1 at number 1, so it's a little bit unfortunate on their side. But on the other hand, we're watching T2K right now for Yonko Lucky Cats at the distance, and of course Hidden Leaf nearby as well. So they're gonna have to watch their backs. They're gonna have to be back to back on this, because it's gonna be a little bit dangerous in these last few minutes, right? 10 teams left, 28 players are still standing. Oh, Tribe AEROMACY is still quite alive. And, well, they're kind of just waiting about for something to kind of pop up into their favor, because they definitely cannot go ahead and kind of go guns blazing without any plans, because, I mean, they're having quite a hard time trying to catch up to DRS, which is already 96 points up in the leaderboards. But all the while, okay, BLUZZ officials right there. Ooh, grenades coming in. Fortunately, it does not finish off TMG8. Sprays coming in, but it's not going to hit anyone. Not having enough information to go about. But on the other hand, AC Rig definitely trying to do something about the situation.
Woke got blasted away. So Tribe AEROMACY, they pose a little bit of an advantage against the opposition. We got Axie again getting lucky with that shot. Rig waiting for those audio cues at the moment. That's where he picks up his information. T2K Esports unleashing hell up against HLX at the moment. It's not looking too good for their side, and T2K capitalizing on this one. Another great shot coming from Rawls. HLX in big trouble.
You said it. T2K. Okay, they lost the Jaya. Igneous needs to be revived. Okay, Yonte still alive. That's 3 eliminations on their side. Okay, BLUZZ gets a finish off just like that with the hands of Tribe AEROMACY. Yonte clinching those a few points for themselves. It's 3, in fact. And that's just gonna help ASC try to get back on their feet. Okay, Slayer gets picked off by Ruts all of a sudden. Kind of just crawling about in the middle of nowhere. But on the other hand, there's still 3 people. Okay, that's nice. Ninja falls as well. Okay, they're still frag. They're still liquid. Ruts is just kind of trying to check if it's safe enough to go out and try to put those bullets in. But Frag is definitely still walking about. For Yonko, Lucky Cats needs to be watched out for as well, okay? Mr. Zerdy still alive, crawling about, trying to spot. Okay, Frag is out in the open. This is the Ruts' chance for a 1 versus 1. I don't know if they're gonna be taking this fight, but they definitely need those points.
All right, here we go. We got Rose dancing with the
Ooh,
devil
nice.
and gets the job done. Again, what a solid performance coming from Rose being the Terminator for T2K. 8 elimination points now for the team, and we have been waiting, for T2K to replicate the same energy that we saw moments ago, and I think we're about to see just that. 7 teams for stage 7. For Yonko, Lucky Cat still hasn't bagged any points yet, but they still have a chance, of course, to assume some numbers over here, since we're talking about 6 teams more as as their enemies. But we're looking at Bipin 29. Up above him are the boards of 4DM, but it's a little off angles, so it could be hard for him to even take down at least one.
Yep. Let's just see how Bipin does with the cards that they're dealt with, because it's a little bit hard being behind this elevation. But on the other hand, Ruts still alive, although they are out in the open. Okay, 4DM still needs to be worried about. Tribe AEROMACY nearby. For Yoko, Lucky Cat still a full squad. Okay, there's some damage being taken. Okay, there we have it. BAGH, He2 taking that knockdown on their side. And after this finish off, BAGH is still in a bit of trouble. I can see it from the leaderboards. It's He2 finally gets it finished off, and one of their players kind of took a lot of damage as well. Okay, Zoro moving in, trying to position themselves. Right now, they have the best position inside of this circle. If ever the stage 8 is gonna be, gonna shrink this even more. But on the other hand, okay, Yeti from MAKPEN gets 1. I'm kind of happy for them. But 40M steals that kill, unfortunately. Oh well. MAKPEN gets eliminated off.
I feel like the only team that has a chance to dethrone DRS in the overalls, that would be NEPX. But that is if they survive this stage 7. Right now, they're up against BAGH Esports. We got Joker YT getting into position over here. Of course, he would want to go up against the team as stealthy as he could get. But let's see how he's going to be executing that one. I mean, you can have all of the plans, right? But it all boils down on how good these teams are going to execute that one. And it could be hard. It could be tricky. But then again, it is what it is, the nature of competition. We can only crown one winner. For Death Machines, are they in trouble? I mean, obviously they don't have that much covers over here. I mean, it's a vulnerable spot, especially the fact that they are in between 2 teams here.
Yeah, and the question is, are they spotted? Because right now, the other teams, they have to worry about everyone else. But on the other hand, okay, Joker YT gets eliminated off. Alright, T2K takes down someone from For Your Lucky Cats. That would be Punk. Okay, there we have it. Peak gets knocked down by that really well-placed grenade. But on the other hand, they still have one player still standing. There's a potential for okay, there we have it. The potential's gone. 4DM gets picked off, and now we're down to 14. That's Tribe AEROMACY, 2 players. T2K, 2 players. 4 Yoko Lucky Cats, 4 Lucky Cats on their side, and NEPX with 3 players. Bipin hiding behind this boulder.
I do wonder if YONKO can actually get the victory on this one. I mean, they do have 9 lives, I assume, being them as cats. Master Zerdy, however, not lucky this time as he took a big hit and now he's down on the floor. ASD, T2K for YONKO. We got NEPX as well. Final 4 teams over here. But Zoro, man, he just sealed the deal over here, getting some points done as well. And yeah, T2K just got eliminated. For Yonko, Lucky Cat emerged victorious from that fight.
There we have it. There's potential over here for Yoko Lucky Cats. Still 3 players standing. Just quite the same footing as NEPX. Okay, Tribe AEROMACY, however. We're talking about Tribe AEROMACY. Despite having the numbers disadvantage. They have the track record. Okay, Precious takes a lot of damage, but it's not a finisher just yet. Going side to side, Molotov fires coming in, and Precious kind of running away. They know they're in trouble. And Tribe AEROMACY, they're going in a horde. Okay, that's one knocked out. No, it wasn't knocked out. Okay, there we have it. Rex get taken down for Yoko Lucky Cats. Well, the good thing is, Tribe AEROMACY is kind of like not taking the spotlight right now, and they can kind of just stay at the sidelines, try to see if they can steal some kills for their own selves.
Claiming the glory, claiming the victory. Who's it gonna be? We got for Yonko Lucky Cat again, getting accurate with that nade shot. We got Fearless over here living up to his name. He's cooking up another one, getting ready to throw up against AST. Tribe, can you guys dodge it? Unfortunately, no. Rig took a big hit, and now Tribe AEROMACY is in big trouble. They're down to their last player, very low in HP, and it looks like this could be a win for 4YLC.
Alright, the Cats might be able to bag this after all. Okay, AST down to one player. Oh, there we have it, taking a lot of damage, and that's a whole elimination off. Absolutely insane. Now it's a 3 versus a 2. Okay, 2 versus 2 actually, since Punk is still knocked down. And okay, they're going for the aggressive. NEPX coming in, Fearless falls. Oh, there we have it. It's NEPX.
Wow.
That's gonna be coming up. They said no to the 9 lives of the Cats and NEPX, which is this final winner in the chicken dinner for day number 2 in Miramar.
Wow. I mean, 4YLC just got served by NEPX after that dance-off in the end zone. But what a way to end things, for day number 2. Absolutely crazy. I mean, NEPX, obviously, they didn't really have that angle. Again, they're the team that was coming from down below, and they didn't have that advantage. And so it was amazing to see how NEPX, of course, flipped the script again in that situation, getting the chicken dinner for the final match.
It's gonna be interesting. I really want to see how the leaderboards look after this. I mean, NEPX is already high up, and they climbed considerably a lot during this day number 2. A lot of things changed in the leaderboards since day number 1, and well, that just goes to show, Grand Finals. This is where everything gets serious. You can see like a whole different team, especially in NEPX. If you compare the performance from the playoffs, all of a sudden these guys are absolutely different players in the finals. It's absolutely crazy, and well, we're all here for it. Okay, team stats: 5 eliminations, 4 for Rex, 1 for Claw, and everyone else. Well, they didn't get any eliminations, but there's still considerable damage from each of these players. But yeah, this is a show. NEPX, they definitely need to be watched, ladies and gentlemen, especially in day number 3. It's gonna change a lot.
I'm just trying to do the math in my head if those were enough points to actually dethrone DRS. I mean, NEPX obviously will be coming from the 3rd spot, so okay, well, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. But in the meantime, we're looking at Ajaya. Okay, he was the one who actually set the record straight, for this final match as the longest elimination distance. Match standings, again, if you guys missed on the action, NEPX coming up on top here with 15 points, and of course, a chicken dinner. T2K with 13, AST with 12, 4YLC with 10. So, I mean, Tribe AEROMACY, even if they weren't able to actually get that chicken dinner, I mean, 12 points is still 12 points. I think this is a solid performance still. But as for Nave SKD, something needs to change, obviously. I mean, we're done with day number 2 here, so we only have 5 matches left, technically, for the tournament. And when it comes to the overall standings, NEPX Esports dominated Tribe and as well as DRS. We've seen DRS and Tribe, have that tug of war, in terms of who gets to be at the top spot. But at the end of day number 2, it was NEPX Esports who has overtaken these 2 giants, at the top spot, but only with 2 points as their lead. So anything can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's 2 points gap, but who would have thought? By the end of the day, it's NEPX Esports will be sitting at the ranking number one. It's absolutely crazy turn of events. I mean, the Tribe AEROMACY being pushed to number three was already a surprise enough, but NEPX climbing over there, DRS as well. I mean, lots of things happened today. And I mean, that just leaves day number three with, a lot of questions because there's a lot of uncertainties. And these teams, I mean, we can't really say that there's a lot of consistency coming in from any of these one teams. So lots of things can still happen later on. But well, one thing for sure, though, page number two, they definitely have to step up later on. But overall, top five eliminators, we have DRS, Killer YT still staying at number one, NEPX Precious, and number two, they're actually tied on eliminations, just a difference in the damage dealt. And number three, ASC Rig with 18, NEPX Claw with 18, and Yambedada with 18. They tied 3, 4, 5 as well, just differing in the damage dealt.
We also have to give it to HL, the Hidden Leaf Esports, and also for Death Machines and even T2K, especially T2K, because they were able to get to the first page. After being a non-mover for so many matches, they're now at number 7. But if we're gonna pay close attention to the head-to-head, this is 21 points in total for both Precious and Killer YT. Total knockouts, I think. This goes in favor of Killer YT, but stats wise, I don't think there's like a wide gap for these two players. So I feel like it's just even, it's just fair. But we're going to continue on with that rivalry when it comes to the head to head, because we still have 5 more matches here, ladies and gents.
Yep, there's still 5 more matches, and we already saw how much of a shift 5 matches can do from this day number 2. If you put the last leaderboards of day number 1 and the last leaderboards for day number 2 side to side, it's gonna be a huge difference. There were a lot of surprises for today. That just leaves to day number 3 with, a huge question mark, because a lot of things can happen. Because you know what? There's a lot of things that happen day number 2 and day number 3. Who knows? There might be a new name sitting at number 1, or I don't know. Maybe someone might reclaim their spot in the leaderboards in rank number 1. There's a lot of things that could happen, and right now we're all just kind of waiting. How will the story unfold tomorrow?
That is, of course, what we look forward to for day number 3 of the Grand Finals. Final day to make it happen still, for those teams. But we also have to give it, of course, to Real Savages. I mean, they did score a chicken dinner for today. And, they're actually very low-key. They're not super aggressive, and they're not super passive as well. I mean, they're just really steady, but they're not skipping a beat here. I mean, the fact that they are part of the top 5 teams that is like really high performing for this tournament, I guess you just have to give recognition for that one. So I do hope they can continue on with this kind of pace, or maybe just turn their aggression up a notch. I think that would definitely work out for them. But I guess, for day number 2, it is NEPX at the top after we've seen, DRS and really Tribe AEROMACY go at it. But it was NEPX again who was able to overtake both of those teams. So it's going to be an interesting day number 3 here. And I just can't wait to start the matches, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to give these players a break, definitely. I mean, that was 5 matches in a row. So, you know what, chill out. There's still 5 more maps tomorrow, and a lot of things can change. And what the teams can do right now in this break is kind of just, regroup, try to see what they did right and what they did wrong, what's working and what's not. And they can also rewatch the stream, try to see if how their opponents move and if there are any changes that happen, because definitely the teams that popped up all of a sudden in this day number 2, it's just quite a surprise how much of the leaderboards it changed. But yeah, Red Queen, that was day number 2 of the 2025 PMNC South Asia Fall Grand Finals. So tomorrow will be the last day, the last chance for these 16 teams to put their names up in the leaderboards, get as much points as possible, try to get as much of the lion's share as possible. So with that, we're gonna be ending our stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for the players as well as the back end for making this possible. And we will be seeing you tomorrow for more action. Goodbye for now.